Is a very special guest, Miss Maki Utsumi. I think you'll find her very interesting, as I do. She'll be joining us in a few minutes, but for now, I'd love to hear from you. So please say hello in the comment thread and tell me what country you're watching from. And we already have some folks joining us. We have longtime fan of the show, Chris Derboven, watching from Belgium, very late in the evening, I think. Welcome, Chris, as always. We have Muhammad Rana Islam joining us. I'm not sure from what country, but welcome. We also have Khan from Pakistan joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. We also have Emmanuel from Uganda. Welcome, Emmanuel. And we have Facebook user. Now, the reason it says Facebook user is because you're watching from a Facebook group, which is lovely, but it means I can't see your name. It doesn't appear. So, and it's my friend Fawad from Morocco. So already, guys, you can see how many different countries people are watching in. That's just fantastic to me. It's my dream as an English teacher has always been to reach more people around the world online than I ever could in a classroom. So when I see that happening, I'm very, very pleased. It doesn't matter what country you're watching from, you're all welcome here. The more, the merrier. Who else is watching? Let's see, we've got a few people popping in. Yep. Now again, we have a guest tonight, which takes away some of our time from board work, but she's brought some very interesting questions from her students. So we'll still have some time to investigate some grammar mysteries. However, if you have questions about grammar, I'd love it if you just wrote it in the comments. And then next week's show, I'll definitely answer them for you. It's always the challenge when we have a guest. We don't have a lot of time to answer your specific questions, but I'm sure you'll have questions for the guest. So save your questions, but write them in here for me, and we'll address them as soon as we can. You can also, guys, you can also send me an email during the week with your questions. So here's my email address, hardboiledenglish6@gmail.com. And you can just type a question for me, or even better, send me a little video clip, a little selfie clip of you asking the question, and then I'll put that right on the show. So you can be a guest star of the show. And again, just send it here, or connect with me on social media and send me a video then. Now, if you're watching on Facebook, or LinkedIn, or Twitter, or Twitch, I have to tell you, the best place to watch this show is on YouTube, because they have the best picture quality, and also you can join the community and hear about all the updates and watch the other videos. Plus, after today, starting tomorrow morning, I always post the recording on YouTube channel, not the other platforms. So if you don't see all of tonight's show, you go to the YouTube channel, please subscribe, and you can see all the recordings there. Okay, so if you haven't, please go to the YouTube channel, The Grammar Detective, or @The Grammar Detective, and subscribe to the channel. Join my community. We are growing. We are growing. Slowly but surely, but we are growing. We have Nayana joining us, Nayana's Journeys, joining us from Sri Lanka. Fabulous to have you here with us. Okay, email, yes. I will put the email again. If you want to send me a grammar question, email it to me right here. But the best way to send me a grammar question is a little selfie video. Okay? Or you can write it in the comment, and we'll answer it as soon as possible. We may not have time tonight because we have a special guest, but I will record that question and get to it next week for sure. All right. And by the way, this show is free for you to watch, but it's not free for me to make. So if you're feeling generous and you want to donate $1 to support this show, you can use this QR code right here. Just scan it, and you can donate $1 to the show. $1 is not a lot of money, but it adds up and helps me support this show because it costs me money to make this show. and I want to continue bringing it to you. So if you're feeling generous, you don't have to, but if you are, $1 is much appreciated. We also have with us Intan from Indonesia. Welcome. Intan, maybe an English teacher. Intan, are you an English teacher? If you are, great. Great for you to join us. Okay, we'll bring our guest on shortly. Just want to make sure I have a moment here to say hello to everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm sure wherever you are in the world, it's not a convenient time to be watching my show, so I very much appreciate it. I know it's probably 2 or 3 a.m. in Belgium, where Chris Derboven is watching. So now I want you to tell me what time it is where you live. Okay? If you're in Sri Lanka, what time is it? If you're in Morocco, what time is it? If you're in Uganda, Emmanuel, tell me what time it is. This is good because we can see how dedicated this community is to making an effort to watch the show live. Of course you can watch the recording, right? But you can't ask questions on the recording. So Facebook user, is that Fuad? 1:10 a.m. That's dedication. Amazing. Morocco is 1:10, yes, great. How about Sri Lanka and Pakistan? That area, that region. 2 a.m. in Belgium. We have Luza joining us from Colombia, where it is 7:10 p.m. Okay, 5:09 a.m. in Pakistan. Khan is an early riser. 3:10 p.m. in Uganda. Amazing. So whether you're finishing your workday or your school day or you're starting your day, welcome. Okay, Emmanuel, so it's 3:10 a.m. So I don't know if you're waking up or staying up late. Thank you for joining us. I understand it's challenging. Many people have asked me, why don't I stream on a better time for them? The challenge, of course, is I want to stream this every week, so it has to fit my schedule. And the only chance I have is my Friday evening, which makes it early in the morning or late at night for many of you. So I know it's a challenge, but it's really the only way I can keep doing this. Unfortunately, 5 p.m. North American time. This is interesting. I'm a newbie in teaching English. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from this live. Here in my city, it's 7:10 a.m. Well, in Indonesia, right? Thank you for waking up early to join us. And I really appreciate English teachers joining us. On this show, usually, I answer your grammar questions. So not only English learners, but English teachers have grammar questions. Not all teachers are really specialized in teaching grammar. Not all teachers enjoy it. Not all, including native speakers, really understand grammar. It's sort of a hobby and a specialty of mine. So that's why I created this show, so we'll learn and improve our grammar understanding together. And that's what my YouTube channel is all about. So for those of you who are new and you haven't yet, please go to my YouTube channel, The Grammar Detective, where you can watch this live every week and see the recordings of the show after it goes live. Although we're streaming on Facebook and LinkedIn, after the live show, they don't host the recordings, only on my YouTube channel. So it's worth joining the community on the YouTube channel. And, you know, whether you're a learner or a teacher, you are welcome here. This is a safe learning place for all of us. Okay, I love answering your questions. The more challenging, the better. So if you want to keep improving your grammar knowledge, sometimes your students ask you questions, Intan. Maybe you feel uncomfortable answering them. Bring that question to me on the show every Friday night. My Friday night, your Saturday morning. And we can work on it together, okay? And even perhaps by watching how I investigate or analyze the grammar, maybe you can pick up some tips that are useful for you in your teaching, all right? So whatever the case, thank you for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. It's great to have you with us. And again, please subscribe to the channel so you can be part of the community and see all the updates and all the other videos too. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but on my YouTube channel, you can also find my web series, which is called English Weirdness. And this is, this is a long form series that I made with my students. And each episode is 30 minutes long, and each episode investigates one specific grammar problem that's very common. And there's little dramatizations, there's animations, and in-depth analysis. So whether you're a student or a teacher, this is a good series for really understanding some of the common problems with grammar. So please check that out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time to bring my guest on and introduce you to her. Let me just clear the captions. So my guest is Maki Utsumi. She's a language tutor from Japan who assists learners in both English and Japanese. She's also the creator behind an amazing project called Writer's Carvings. And I'm going to bring up the graphic for that. You can see her logo right here. Oh, where is it? Yeah, right here. So look for that on Instagram, where she does most of her posting. Writer's Carvings is a really interesting writing community that provides a platform for English learners, most of whom are writing enthusiasts. And they can connect with one another, share their work in a safe and encouraging place, and improve. And as a writer myself, I know that belonging to writers' communities where people really support each other and offer advice and tips and feedback is incredibly powerful. So with her tonight, we're going to talk about writing, we're going to talk about some grammar, and she's brought some questions from her students. So before we bring her on, this is a little segment I love to call our witness interrogation program. Just special guests. So in a moment, we'll meet Ms. Maki Utsumi. And welcome, Maki. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for the invite. I'm very excited. And I see a lot of great, amazing people here. I was really
Do you know some of them?
Yes, I know Intan and Diana. They are in my community and they are
Great
supporters for me. they are here for me, actually.
And your cheerleading department.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Wonderful. Oh, this is interesting. Just before we get going here, I read my books while waiting for your live stream every Friday. So again, for Emmanuel, it's quite late in the evening. So Emmanuel, thank you for staying up. I appreciate it. Yes, okay, so we've got a nice bunch of guests with us tonight, Maki, and you're with us. So thank you for joining the show. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You've been on the show before during the Christmas special where we had a whole bunch of guests, right?
Yeah. That was fun.
But I think, well, it was fun to have you. However, it's been a long time, so I really want to catch up with you. Now, there are going to be some guests who aren't familiar with you, so can you just tell us, let's go back in time, Maki. You grew up in Japan, but tell us a little bit about your experience growing up in Japan and how you got into your English journey to where you are now. Can you sort of tell us your life story?
Sure. Hi, Nayana. She said hi, so I wanted to say hi. So,
of course.
In Japan, when I was a teenager or when I was a child, English education started in junior high school. So I started studying English when I was in junior high school, and I built the foundation or the basic English in school. Junior high school, high school. I went to Teachers University So I got an English teacher's license, and then after graduating university, I went to Canada, actually Vancouver. I went to Vancouver. I was there for
Wow.
3 months to take a TESOL course.
Yay.
Yay! It was 15 years ago, so I'm sure Vancouver has changed a lot, right? I hope to
Yeah.
see what's it like now.
What school did you go to?
Ah, like my school was downtown. I forgot the name, but my language school was Pan Pacific College. It's a
Pan
small
Pacific.
language school that offered 2 month intensive TESOL course. So I
Nice.
took the TESOL course and then came back to Japan. I experienced some different jobs, and now I'm a tutor. I'm a language tutor. Yes, I
Great.
support learners in English or in Japanese or both. And so, like, I study English at school, and outside of school, I still kept in touch in English. And in the truest sense, my English journey started when I was 16 because I started exchanging letters with a girl from the US. So at that time, English became not only a school subject, but also a tool to cultivate the new friendship that I got. So I
Wow.
would say, yeah, English and friendships are always one set for me. It's a set, and I think I'm right in saying that my English ability is a byproduct of striving for good friendships. So now I still enjoy international friendships using English. So that's my story basically.
In fact, what you say about the value of friendships, not just for friendship's sake, for having good friends, but also for learning English, we're going to talk about in a little while because that's a really effective way to learn English or any language, is having friends to share it with, right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, so what sort of students do you work with now? What sort of learners?
Yes, I teach Japanese most of my teaching time, but I work with a few Japanese students who study English. Most of them are beginners or intermediate. So most Japanese people are struggling to learn English because, I think one big thing is English and Japanese are very different language,
Yeah,
right? Like linguistic distance is very far. So
yeah,
we need to like put a lot of effort
yeah.
into practicing English. But my students are very hardworking, so
That's
I
good.
had so much fun. Yeah, I'm
Are
very
your
lucky.
students are your students varied? Are they varied age groups? Young, older, high school kids? Who are they in age
I
group?
teach adults, so I sometimes teach high school students, and my regular students are in their 30s, or one of them is in their 60s. So I
Wow,
can talk to people from different generations. I
that's
have
good.
so much fun.
That's a
It's a
kind of skill, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so much fun, and it's the best part of teaching, I think.
That it is a challenge. I think a lot of teachers have a preference of age group. I myself, like you, I like working with students from all different age groups and generations. Right now, I'm working with two high school students, and that's very interesting. And I learn a lot from them. I learn about their generation's concerns and values and interests.
Yeah.
And I've also got someone who's as old as I think 45, which, by the way, is younger than me. So that's interesting too. So as teachers, we can learn from our students if we're open to the differences of their generations, right?
I feel like learning when I teach.
Yeah,
Like I
absolutely.
learn more, right? So it's very I'm very like lucky, fortunate, I would say.
Oh, a little comment here from Emmanuel. Very
Oh,
nice. Thank you,
fantastic. Thank
Emmanuel.
you.
Yeah.
So supportive. Your fans are very supportive. Paul.
It's very humbling, Maki. Again, that time zone's a real deal, right? For me, it's convenient. It's 5 p.m. After the show, I have a nice, relaxing shower and a dinner. But a lot of the folks watching are, in the middle of the night. So I try to work hard to give them a good show and bring them interesting guests so that their time spent is appreciated, because I really appreciate the effort they make to watch this thing.
I'm so impressed. I'm moved.
Yeah, me too. It's what keeps me going, to be honest with you, because
Yes.
this is hard for me to do. It's hard for me to put the show together every week. It takes a lot of time and effort, cost, as I've mentioned. It's physically tiring, because although the show is 1 hour, there's a lot of setup and preparations to make.
For sure.
But the fans keep me going. The people that watch, that make an effort.
Yeah. Same with
And by the
me.
way, folks, I forgot to apologize for last week. Last week I had to cancel because my computer burned down. It just crashed, so I couldn't do the show.
Happens. It happens.
Right? Maki, I want to ask you to share. Tell us about Writers Carvings, this great project you do.
Yes.
What is Writers Carvings?
Yes, I started it as my hobby project. So Intan is one of, one of the fans or one of my peers
Okay.
from the get-go. And I just wanted to keep practicing with the people that I met during an English challenge that took place in 2020. And I met Intan there. So I started it casually, but it's growing thanks to my friends. And now it's a platform where, you know, where you can practice writing, or you can have quick challenge and writing prompts. And I create one challenge once a year. And Paul helped me with the one that I had last year. So this year I'm thinking of something, but I'm still like working on it to give the shape to it. But my community, or our community, I would say, it's very close knit and organic community. So I don't do much in the community. My peers brought great topics to the community and exchange ideas, initiate conversations. So, like I said, I don't do much. My friends did a lot of things, and I always get more than I ask for. So I'm so grateful to them for being there for me and bringing interesting topics for us. So that's what it is basically. It's the community focuses on peer learning, so there's no like leader or anything. Like we are all teach something or learn from each other. So it's very like organic, I would say.
It reminds me of writing workshops I took in university. And the great power of that is when you're writing anything, you're writing alone. And unless you're writing for school, there's very little opportunity for you to get good feedback. And by good feedback, I mean feedback by someone else who's writing. If you write something and you show your mother or your father, first of all, they're going to say, oh, that's wonderful. Or if you show a friend, they might say, oh, yeah, it's not so great. Give up your writing dreams. But they're not writers. If you show it to someone who's also writing, they're in the exact same position as you are, and they're extending themselves. They're sharing something intimate from their thoughts. And it's very scary to do that. But that's how you become a better writer. Ultimately, we write something to share it, to be read. So sharing with a group of other writers who are doing the same with you is incredibly powerful. And you're right, it's peer learning where you're sharing your feedback. Because the one thing a writer can't see in their writing is what the reader sees. Because the reader reads it with fresh eyes. They know nothing about your story or your essay, your idea. But you do. You've labored over it. So you can't see it clearly anymore. So being able to share it with someone and share feedback and tips and advice is incredibly powerful. So when you say you don't do much, what you do is give them that safe space,
Yes.
that supportive, encouraging space to do that. That's
Yeah,
incredible.
So yeah, I sometimes give like a tiny trigger, like small prompt or challenge. But our discussions are always lively because, you know, my community members are used to used to thinking. They think a lot to write or to speak. So I had so much fun talking with them because they are good storytellers. They are good at monitor their thinking and organize their thoughts. So it's just incredible.
That's great. And by the way, I think you know I believe this very strongly, that writing and reading are essential for learning English. So the fact that your learners are participating in a writing program is just going to make their English so much better than people who don't read or write. English really is a language where you need to read in order to develop your skill with it. You need to read, and if you can write, even better. Which, by the way, is how native speakers learn. We're forced to read a ton of material when we're young. So it's a testament. Writers' Carvings is a testament to you for organizing the community, but for all the participants too. They're doing wonderful things.
Yes, they do.
Now, I understand you've brought some questions
Yes.
about English, and I've got them in our captions set up. So let's go through these questions, Maki, and share them with our audience. And the first one is, they're not in the order you and I planned, but I thought they would be better in the order from simplest answer to more complex answer, for time's sake.
Actually, this question is from Intan. So she sent me her question last night, and I really, really want to hear your thoughts on this. So, a lot of people are struggling with building grammatically correct sentences, and we don't know how to help those students. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah. So the question here is not just how to make the correct sentence, but how to help the learner who's trying to, right?
Yes, exactly.
So I would say two things about this, Maki. I would say our different native languages all have different structures, right? Japanese has a very different word order than English. I'm not sure about Indonesian language, but I'm familiar enough with Japanese to know there's a huge difference. So you have to accept that initially. You have to accept that you can't use what you know about word order and language structure from your language. You have to open your mind to English and learn about English word order. How do you do that? And how can we help the students? Well, fortunately, this question identifies the problem. And when you see the problem closely and specifically, you can address it. Word order is a problem of two layers. One is word order. So we can call that syntax, or let's say grammatical, grammatical sequence. Which word goes where, right? So word order, grammatical sequence. That's one layer of the problem. The second layer is parts of speech. Because we are putting different words in the different sequence positions. So in order to know which word goes in the sequence, you really have to understand the parts of speech. Nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs. What words are adverbs? What words are adjectives? In order to put them in the right spot. So How can we help such a learner? Well, we've got to zero in on these two things. If we only teach this, it doesn't solve the whole problem. If we only teach this, it doesn't solve the whole problem. For example, I can tell you that the word home, it can be a noun and it can be an adverb. Well, that doesn't solve the problem of where to put it in a sentence. That just tells us that the word can serve two functions. Okay, so where do those functions lie in the order? So we have to look at both things. This can be learned with vocabulary learning. That's part of the vocabulary. Like, we're going to talk about vocabulary in a moment, but when you learn vocabulary, of course you want to learn the meaning of the word, but you should never stop there. You should understand the different word forms that it can take. Can that word be only a noun or can it be an adverb? The dictionary will tell you that. But a lot of students focus only on the definition. So I'm a big fan of encouraging people to learn the forms of a word. Learn the past tense if it's a verb. Learn if it can be used as an adjective and what form it takes. Because in English, a lot of words have different forms, right? Think of the word interest. Interest can be a noun, okay? It can be a verb. It can have different forms like interested, interesting. It can do a lot of different things, all of which are sharing in the meaning. So how do we help the student? Well, we have to focus on lessons and attention to the different parts of speech as we learn the words, and then focus on the various sentence structures. And that's a little more complicated because there's a lot of variety. But if you really break it down closely, for example, I have a document that sort of charts the building of a sentence from the most basic, right? A subject and a predicate or a verb. I mean, that's the most basic sentence. And sometimes that's all you need, like I run. That has a subject and a verb, and it's a complete idea. So that's a legitimate sentence. I run, it's my hobby, right? Okay, so what can I do? What can I build? How can I build that idea more? Well, I can put an adverb after the verb. I run quickly. I run daily, right? That tells us more information about the idea. It expands the idea. We can also make a sentence and connect it with another sentence using conjunctions, right? And, but, or. So it's good for a student to have a kind of a chart, like the progression of a sentence, the different structure possibilities. And actually, there's not a ton of them. There's a few variations. The complexity builds when you start connecting them with conjunctions, right? Paul runs daily in the park and exercises in the gym. Now that becomes a big sentence, but it's really just two small ones. So there are a few sentence structures that are available, and they just build by connecting to other sentences, and they build by adding adverbs and adjectives. And by the way, if we're studying word forms, adverbs need particular attention because there's a lot of different kinds of adverbs. And a sentence like that can have several adverbs, like yesterday, or let's say every day, comma. Every day is an adverb of time. It tells us when we run. Every day I run quickly, right? And you can even add an adverbial sentence, like to explain why you run. Every day I run quickly because I want to stay healthy. Understanding that that's an adverb explains how to build that sentence. So this question is, how can we help them? We can help them by focusing in on parts of speech, whether it's a lesson you prepare for the student or just having them do some exercises or paying attention when they look up new vocabulary to the different parts that are possible for each word. And then making them aware of the different possible structures from the most basic, and then building them by connecting them to others. Because the sentence can grow and there's absolutely no limit. It could be 2 words or it could be 200 words, actually. We can just pack a lot of modifiers in there. Adverb clauses, adjective clauses, noun clauses, all of those things build. But it starts with some basic building blocks. Subject, verb, complete idea, that's an independent clause. Adding connector words like however or although, now you have a dependent clause. So that's what I do with my students. I focus on the two things that are happening in a sentence. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Like I still remember I learned like a word order in parts of speech probably like at the first class in high school. But in Japan, like I only know about Japan, so teachers like quickly go over it and then
Yeah.
go to other grammatical points. So I think that's why a lot of people get lost in like syntax or parts of speech.
Yeah.
But this is
I think-
very important part, right?
Yeah, this is essential because ultimately syntax, grammar, this is how we make meaning. This is how we express meanings by the architecture of the sentence. And if we don't get that right, this is why grammar is important. Then the meaning is lost, or you convey the wrong meaning. That just goes against the whole purpose of having a language to communicate with. I think the other thing I would add is that, like you just said, word order or basic syntax is taught very early in language education. And as we've talked about before, education hurries people to the next level pretty quickly. And they learn that kind of thing, pass the test, and then they want to move to the next level and maybe learn verb tense, right? And then they forget that stuff. I always encourage students, especially when they get to an advanced level, when you get to an advanced or even high intermediate level, that's the perfect time to go back and review the basics.
Yes.
Because once you're intermediate or advanced, guess what? You're able to have conversations. And everything's moving quickly and you don't pay attention to the grammar. It's really easy at that point to develop bad habits. So at the advanced level, you're kind of at a crossroads where you can develop bad habits that stay with you forever, which is what happens to native speakers. Right? A lot of native speakers have terrible grammar habits and they're stuck with them because they stopped after high school or something and they never went back and looked at grammar. Or you can go back and review the basics that you went through quickly in your school system, go back and review them and make sure they're solid, and then go in the direction of good English or more accurate sentences.
Yes,
This is pretty
totally agree.
basic, but it's worth reviewing all the time.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
agree. I've had some chances to study like syntax or parts of speech. So when I was in high school and in university and TESOL program and then writing courses. So I think I had at least 4 times to review, and this helps me so much to understand like advanced like grammar and even words and. So I really
One of the,
appreciate that.
yeah, right in the middle of word order, I just want to say this because it's a problem that comes up constantly, even on this show. If we say that the basic building block of a sentence is the subject and the verb or the predicate, and then words that come after it, then it really means that the verb is kind of in the center of the sentence, right? It's kind of the hinge or the pivot. Everything revolves around that verb. And a lot of students don't understand a very key concept of English verbs, which is transitivity. Because a verb can be either transitive or intransitive in the sentence. And guess what that means? That dictates everything that comes after it. Right? Whether you can put a preposition next and connect other words like nouns, or do you have to have a direct object after it? And that direct object can be either a noun or a gerund or a noun phrase or clause. That's a huge problem, and it starts right in the verb. I see that all the time. One example is the verb listen, right? A lot of students will say, I love to listen music. So that's verb, listen. Music is the noun direct object. But guess what? Listen is not a transitive verb. It cannot have a direct object after it. It needs a preposition. So we really have to focus on that in order to really get a really strong grip on sentence structure. And most education skips over the transitivity issue. For me, it's an absolutely core issue in grammar. It's also why often in English we can end a sentence right here with the word run. Run does not need a direct object. It's intransitive. So we can end there. But a transitive verb like enjoy, we need an object. We need to enjoy something. So we can't make a sentence that says, oh, I enjoyed. Or I like. Like what? Enjoyed what? In English, you have to have a noun after those two verbs. That's different than another language like Japanese, where you can end the sentence with like.
Yes.
Right? So that's a challenge. And I think if we're going to help our students really grasp word order, at some point we need to talk about transitivity as well.
Yes. I agree.
It's so important. When I made my web series English Weirdness, transitivity became a 2-part episode. And I will put the link down here. It became a 1-hour, 2 by 30-minute episode because it's such a large and important topic. So I'm going to put that in the chat here. It's complex, it's tricky, but it's essential.
Yes. So when I noticed intransitive and transitive, like everything became clearer. So I recommend checking out the full video. If you
Hopefully it helps explain it.
Curious.
It's a simple distinction, but it changes everything that comes after the verb.
Yeah.
So if we're going to build a sentence, we really have to, you get to the verb pretty quickly in a sentence. You have a subject and pretty soon you're going to see the verb. But what comes after it can be so many different things. And that depends on the transitivity of the verb. What's allowed to come after it, what's possible and what's not possible. Before we go to the next question, let's check in on a couple of comments here from our friends. Oh, thank you, Chris. It's very kind of you. My old friend Zulkarnin. Zulkarnin, long time no see, my friend. How are you? I think we have a Maki fan here.
Yay!
And Zulkarnin says, great. We have Irina. Do you know Irina?
Oh, Irina. Yes, Irina. She is an amazing writer. She
Great.
can write like only with one word. Like I gave only one word, she can create a whole writing piece. She is amazing.
That's wonderful. And what country are you watching from, Irina? Do you know, Maki?
Oh, Serbia? I'm not really sure.
Serbia?
My memory is not
Okay.
really good.
Irina, if you're watching still, please tell us where you are
Yeah.
and what time it is. I think it's probably
It's really
quite...
late.
Yeah.
For Serbia.
Here we have another comment. Does giving them stories and asking them to analyze the structure, syntax, part of speech help them overcome their difficulty? Absolutely. Reading is essential. I'll say it 100 times. If you want to learn English, sooner or later you've got to get reading into it. That's how native speakers learn English, by reading a ton. We have to. By the time we finish high school, we've read like dozens of novels, full-length novels as kids. Because English is such an irregular language. You have to see it visually. You can't really just learn it by listening to it. Of course, everyone loves movies and TV shows and music, so they just want to do that stuff. They want to learn by hearing it, and you have to read it. So this is a great method, right? I always like to mention when people ask a question about reading and stories, that's how I learned English. When I was young, Maki, I was a very quiet, shy kid. I didn't have friends. I never talked at school. What I did was read a lot. So when students tell me, oh, Paul, you're such a good speaker of English, You know how I got to be a good speaker? By reading. Because for years as a child, I just read. And when I got to be a teenager and it was time to come out of my shell and make friends and participate, I was a good speaker. I had been preparing it for it by reading. I'd been putting those structures into my mind. And once I had the confidence to speak, good sentences came out. With a lot of other garbage. I was a teenager, but reading's essential. So stories, especially if they're interested in those topics or stories, that's crucial. Who else do we have with us? Good point. Okay, thank you. We also have with us Yudi.
Oh, Yudi. Hi, Yudi.
One of your fans. Great. Thank you for joining us,
He's
Yudi.
from Indonesia.
Indonesia, okay.
I think, this is the Yudi that I know.
And Irena is from Serbia. Great. And it's late. It's 3 a.m. in Belgrade. Yes, wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Irena.
Thank you.
Well, Maki, let's go to the next question.
Okay.
This question's about the IELTS exam.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Can you give me a little background about this before, and I'll erase the board?
Okay, so one of my friends tries to take IELTS exam, and she's really struggling with the IELTS writing part. And she sent me a question, and she said, like, what should I do when I don't have any idea about the topic? Like, what do I have to write, or what should I write? So that was her concern, and I hope you can give me some like tips or like idea or thoughts on this.
It's a great question, and something I'm asked a lot because a lot of students come to me to prepare for the IELTS test, and before we make our contract, I always tell them, look, I'm not going to prepare you for the exam. There are teachers that specialize in test prep, learning how many minutes the test is long, how many minutes you have for the writing, how many minutes you have for the speaking, what the test looks like, what the room is going to look like. Those are good to know because they reduce the surprises. So that reduces the nervousness. You don't have to figure so much out when you get to the test. So you should always work with someone like that, a test prep coach, close to the time you do the test. But it's important to remember IELTS test or TOEFL or TOEIC or CELPIP in Canada, all of them are tests of your English skill. If your English skill is high, you're going to do fine, right? I could know nothing about the test, but I could go in there and I could do very well because I'm a native speaker with some advanced English skill. It tests your English skill. It's not a test of academic knowledge. So they're not interested in whether you know the history of the Peloponnesian War or the atomic theory. They're not testing your academic knowledge. They're testing your English skill. So they are going to give you questions that anybody could answer, no matter what you have studied or majored in, right? They're going to ask you questions about your daily life or experiences of childhood, because we've all had a childhood, high school things, topics about foods, topics about shopping, traveling, things like that you are able to answer. So you should never worry about getting a topic that you don't have knowledge or information to answer. And even if you did get a question that you kind of felt like, I don't know what to say about that, you can make it up. You can totally lie in an IELTS test. You can just be creative, right? They're not going to care about the content's topic as long as it's answering the question. They don't care how real it is or true it is. They're looking at your writing skill, how well you express it. So, for example, if they did ask you, tell me the story of the Peloponnesian War in ancient Greece, you could just make up a story, right? You could just make up a story about a turtle army and a bunch of rebellious rabbits who had a big fight. You could just make a story. They're looking at your English. So there's that. I would also suggest if the IELTS exam is really important to someone, like they have to pass it to get into university or they have to pass it to immigrate, it's worth the effort to hire a writing coach. This is something I do professionally. Not to teach you about the test, but to improve your writing. If your writing isn't strong enough to walk in and get a great score, right? So it's kind of two things that I work with students. I have a friend, teacher Andrea, and she can do test preparation for some of these tests. So sometimes I work with a student for a few months, getting their foundational writing skills improved, and then send them to Andrea, who can teach them about the test. That helps. The truth is, the harsh truth is, if your writing skill is weak or low, you're probably not going to get a great mark on the test, even if you know all the tips and tricks of the test. It's just not going to work. I think a lot of students focus on things like learning special advanced vocabulary, and they think they can just sprinkle it on their writing sample like spice, and it's magically going to get a high score. I see this all the time when I look at some of these tests. I see a pretty not bad paragraph or sentence, but really strangely positioned advanced vocabulary that doesn't need to be there. And because it's out of place, it's going to reduce their score. So magic words don't work. Good fundamental writing works. Good sentences, well-developed idea works. You know? Does that make sense to you, Maki, in your experience?
Yes, like the writing skill, like good writing skill is a life skill, right? So like exam prep is just for IELTS, but like fundamental writing skills is a life skill. You can have it anywhere and you can use it anytime. So I recommend watching. Do you like Paul Sensei, do you still have your like course like that I took?
I do, sure. It's available.
I strongly recommend that course.
Oh,
if you
thank you.
took IELTS, because it's really clear, and I understand. I understood what to do when I write after watching your videos. So, so this is like I cannot recommend enough.
Well, thank you. It's still under construction, but the first half of the course is available on Udemy and my own Thinkific platform. And that course is designed to train the writer in some really important fundamental concepts that make all writing great. Of course, there's genius writers through history in every language group, but a lot of writing has sort of fundamental structure behind it, because the goal of writing is to express an idea to a reader. And I think a lot of language learners, because they're so focused on trying to assemble a sentence, they forget all about the reader. And that's the biggest mistake you can make. Everything you write, except for a private diary, is designed to be read by some mysterious reader, and you don't know who that person is usually. So you have to pay attention to, you have to learn to think about the reader's perspective, what they want to know, what they need to know at a certain moment, what information they're looking for, and this is something I teach very, very in depth, is what questions do they have when they read a simple sentence? For example, if I said, the weather is never nice. Okay, sorry guys, I'm a little off side here. Let me just move that. The weather is never nice. What questions come to your mind when you read that? Now you're the reader. The weather is never nice. I'm sure you have questions. Maki, do you have a question?
Yeah, never nice. Like like, why do you think so?
Sure.
Or
Why?
why do you think so?
Why is it never nice?
Never nice. Or where
Yeah,
is the weather? Like what? Where?
exactly. I'm just saying the weather. Where? Your country's weather is different than my country's weather. And by the way, my country is so big, the weather's different from every town,
For sure.
right? And it's different than all of our guests' countries. So we can't just say the weather. The reader is going to wonder where. Is never nice. We might also ask, what do you mean by nice? Because nice is an adjective, and adjectives are subjective. They're different for every person. So what's nice for me might be different than nice for you. We need a clearer definition here. So guess what? If you can think of these questions, anyone reading that sentence is going to have those same questions, and they're going to want answers in the paragraph. So teaching my students how to ask questions every time you write a sentence, especially a statement, it raises questions for the reader, and you have to anticipate what those questions will be so that you can provide the answers in your writing. So when a student says, "Oh gosh, teacher, I don't know what to write," this is what you write. You write the information that a reader is going to expect based on that sentence. And when you answer a question like where, the weather in my country, Canada, is never nice, new questions pop up. So learning what questions a reader will ask in their mind will improve your writing, because it's going to guide what you need to put into your sentences, into your paragraphs. That's essential. That's a foundational skill for writing. And I would venture to say most writing classes or schools don't teach that. And, some kids grow up in education systems that don't encourage them or teach them how to ask questions. And maybe it shuts down their curiosity. When they go to write, they don't know what to write.
Yeah.
Right? They haven't been taught how to express their opinions and provide the information like this. So learning about the reader's perspective and thinking about it always is essential. If you're writing an essay in academics, you need to think about the pieces of information the reader needs to understand your concept. If you're writing a story, you have to think about what the reader knows at which moment to create drama, to create suspense, to create surprise. It's very carefully crafted for the effect on the reader. That's essential.
I love
this. Yeah, so if we don't do that, if we don't really include the information a reader needs, the IELTS score is probably going to get low, right? It's not going to be great, because I think I have an IELTS rubric here. Yeah, I do. When they mark an IELTS test, there are 4 major categories. One is vocabulary, one is grammar, one is how well you completed the task. One other one, 25%, is the content of the idea. That's what this is. Did you express fully and clearly your idea? This is fully. So if you don't do this, you're affecting 25% of the grade, right? And it's not a question of like, do I understand the topic? Do I know about the Peloponnesian War or the molecular function of atoms? No, it's about, do you answer the potential questions that a reader might have,
That's incredible. I love this so much.
By the way, Irena has questions too. What is the cause that the weather is never nice? Yeah, the cause. What is the cause? Right? What is the reason for that? They're readers, because I just put that on the board and they're seeing it for the first time and questions naturally pop up. So a good writer learns to anticipate, okay, what questions does a reader want to ask? Do they naturally ask when they read something? I have to think like that so I know how to answer it. I know that I need to answer it. So writing isn't just writing the sentences that you think are nice. That's part of it, but you've got to think about what the reader wants and then deliver it. Because if you don't, the reader's going to read your paragraph and go, crappy paragraph. Right? That's not a very interesting paragraph. And by the way, I still don't know why the weather isn't nice.
Yeah.
Right? Imagination. Yes. Okay. Does that help? Do you think that helps answer that question?
Yes, this is a very interesting activity.
Yeah.
Can I do it with my friends?
Of course, yeah. I don't own the activity. I just kind of found it in my teaching experience. I found that this worked. I worked with a lot of students who would tell me they'd write a little superficial paragraph that kind of said nothing. And I would say, you've got to elaborate more. I have so many questions that you don't answer. Well, teacher, I can't write anymore. I don't know what to write. So I started developing this kind of technique to give feedback. So what I would do is, and maybe if some of you are watching, you'll remember this, in my writing workshop at my old language school, we would use Google Docs for their writing assignments. And I would, every time they wrote a sentence, I would write in the comments a question that I had. And then I would look and see if they actually answered it later. And I would teach them, do you ever answer that question in your paragraph? The next sentence, the question that comes up. Sometimes the answer would be in the subsequent sentences. Sometimes they never addressed it. Sometimes they'd make a statement and then never elaborate, never explain. So I would have these, my feedback consisted not just of like verb tense error, questions. Questions are powerful feedback, Maki, because they have to think, why is he asking that question? Well, because I never answer it in my paragraph. So in their second draft, now they know what information needs to go in this paragraph in the second draft because I've asked all these questions for which there are no answers in the written piece. So the second draft, they know that that's what they have to put in there, right?
Cool.
So I use it as a feedback tool.
Nice.
And it's really, and by the way, it's really annoying. Right? And guess what happens when something's annoying? You change your habit. You have a child. How old is your child, Maki?
My son is 5 years old.
5. And have you taught him to tie his laces on his shoes yet?
Yes.
How many times did you have to say, tie up your shoes before you go out? How many times have you said that to him? Probably 100 maybe.
I can't count.
Right? And sooner or later, your son is going to say, Mom, I know, you don't have to tell me. Because he's annoyed. He's had enough of your feedback. Now he's ready to take charge of it because he hears your voice in his head. Now he knows to do it on his own. That's how you learn something. Yeah. Feedback can be annoying, but that can be effective. As teachers, we should never be afraid to be annoying.
Yes,
it's part of our job. In that kind of repetitive way, like, I'm going to say this again and again. And it's going to get annoying, and they're going to change their habit.
Great.
Let's take a look at the next question, Maki.
Yes.
This is an interesting one. So, can you catch me up on this one a little bit?
Yeah, so like many of my friends have a hard time increasing vocabulary. Like we forget and we can't use the words that I've learned. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on like healthy vocabulary building. Like how can we increase our vocabulary? And I know there are so many content or videos about vocabulary out there in the world, and it's a little bit challenging to find good content too.
Yeah.
So I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah. Well, I completely agree with you about social media. There's a lot of social media content about vocabulary. And a lot of it takes this form, like, don't say this, say this. Especially on TikTok, I've seen a lot of content that says, don't do this, do this. Don't say this, say this. I have a slight problem with that because they're telling you that these words are no good and these words are good English. Another form that it takes is they'll say normal English or
basic English, and then advanced English or better English. They never tell you why it's normal, what's normal about it. They never tell you what's better about it. They just tell you this is garbage and this is good. I have a problem with that. Because what they're telling you is that this word isn't as good as the synonym that's over here. And they're telling you don't learn these words, learn these words. That's a problem. Because it also points to a lie that a lot of students learn, which is the lie about synonyms. A lot of students are taught from well-meaning teachers that synonyms are two words that are different but have the same meaning. That's not true. If two words exist, they exist because they express different meanings. The difference can be tiny, but they're different. If they express two different meanings, that tells me that both words are essential. We shouldn't throw one in the garbage, even if it's normal or basic. It has a purpose. So I would never tell a student, don't learn these ones, learn these ones. I would say, learn them both. Sooner or later, both can be useful, right? It might be a question of register, like this one's casual, this one's formal. It might be a question of this one's more commonly used by some people, and this one's kind of rare. But then you have to ask, which people are using this? Teenagers on TikTok? Maybe. Is that the English that you dream of being able to use? You're aspiring to teenager English? Or do you want to aspire to a higher level of English for university or professional life? Then you're not going to want to sound like a teenager on TikTok. You want to sound more advanced, more proficient. So there's a real slippery game that's happening on social media, and I don't think it's all that helpful. I think it's kind of confusing. So if you see on TikTok anyone saying, don't say this, or basic, advanced, or normal and better, ignore what they're telling you and learn both lists of words. Because both are useful. They have different meanings. So that's the kind of the first thing I would say about learning vocabulary. I'm not saying that learning on TikTok is bad. It's better than nothing. If your whole life is on TikTok, you're going to learn something about vocabulary. But if we're asking, how can I learn vocabulary, or what's the best way? So maybe the question should be, how should I learn vocabulary? I would say this. I would say always learn vocabulary in context. Right? Learn vocab in context. Okay, this is crucial. This is how a native speaker child learns, or any language child. They learn by doing. They're in the world doing stuff with their friends or their mother and father, and they see objects. And when they point to an object and say, two children are playing, or child and mother are playing, and the child points to that thing, and they go, and mother says, oh, ball. Now they know the word. And maybe they need a second time, ball, baseball. But not only are they seeing the word on a list of vocabulary, abstracted from context, they're hearing you say the word, they're looking at the object the word represents, and they have a kind of metacognitive memory of being in that room with mother pointing to the ball and saying ball. It's like a little movie in their minds, in their memory. And that's how we learn things, because those different layers reinforce the memory. So context, what is context and where can we get it? Well, as I said, real life. A real life situation is how a child learns with their mother and later in school. For adults, that could be things like travel, talking to friends. You said earlier you like to use your English and meeting friends from around the world. Perfect. Right? Using the language with friends gives you constant context, especially if you're together, doing things together, like let's go to Disneyland together. You share that experience,
and you're learning language together in the context of that shared experience. And now you have a visual memory and an audio memory. All of that reinforces the absorption of the vocabulary. You're not just memorizing words on a list that aren't even in a sentence, right? So the context can be real life situations. They can be context like in the written form, which is another reason why I recommend reading. Reading puts words in the context of a sentence, right? So reading contexts, these are all different contexts. You read a story like Harry Potter, and you imagine the world Harry Potter's in. All the new words you encounter make sense because they're inside the story context. And you have a visual representation in your mind, and maybe there's one thing you don't know the word of. Well, that's the new word. And that's when you should have a dictionary. Yes, you can just read the dictionary and memorize every word in it, but that's not really effective because they're not in a context of a sentence. So I would say, when you read, have a dictionary close to you at all times, whether it's a digital dictionary or a hard copy dictionary, it doesn't matter. And when you encounter a new word, look it up. And then when you look it up and you understand the definition and the word forms, now go back to the sentence you saw it in and try to make sense of that context. So taking the word out of the context, looking it up, and putting it back in the context, again, reinforces that learning. The last thing I would recommend is memorizing lists. Because what's the context of a list? The list itself. And we don't use word in lists. So it's a kind of artificial context. Right? If I look at a list of words and their meanings, maybe I have one here actually. This is kind of a vocabulary list. You can kind of see it. Maybe it's a little dark, right? Yeah. Vocabulary and then the meanings. The words are not in sentences. There's no order to the list except alphabetical. That's not how we encounter words in real life. So it's a very artificial context that has no sense to it. So it's a terrible way to learn vocabulary. Terrible way. It's a terrible way and not effective. Because even if you can memorize that list, boom, 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 if you have some power memory, you're not going to be able to use the word in a sentence because you haven't practiced using the word in a sentence. So the other thing I would say is speak and write. Use your new vocabulary and practice with it and get feedback. Did I use the word well? Did I use it accurately, teacher? Get the feedback. But you have to try to put it into the sentence that you're thinking of. Because when you do that, what are you doing? You have an idea, you have a new word, you think it fits the meaning of your sentence, you try it, and you find out whether it works or not. And by the way, just telling your friend, using the new vocabulary in a sentence with your friend is either going to understand your idea or not. And they're going to tell you. So that's a kind of feedback.
Yes.
Right? If you use the word out of place or inaccurately, they're going to look at you like, huh? What do you mean? Oh, maybe that word's not correct. Okay, now I've tried it, but I've got some feedback. I got to go back and check that meaning again. A lot of students don't do these things, though, when they're in a school system especially. They just try to memorize it, pass the test, and throw the word in the garbage and never use it again. So learn the word in context. Use it by putting it into your context of your idea or your words, right? Your sentence to your friend. That is the right loop to use vocabulary in it.
Yeah. Good. Cool.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely. So, like, I consider speaking or language learning as a sport. So I always try to use my ears, eyes, and mouth, and like hands, like writing.
Yeah.
So I recommend using like all the senses you can use.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
repetition is the key.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. One of my colleagues did a lot of research and has developed an educational theory called embodied learning. And it's all about putting the words into your body and making them physical, because language is, like you said, it's like a sport. It's physical. It uses muscles. It uses the same cognitive loop, neurological loop of brain to muscle that a sport does. So you have to practice. You have to put the words into your mouth. You have to make them physical. So when you're learning, that's maybe another thing we should mention here, maybe down here, and speak the word. It doesn't hurt to just say a word 100 times. Practice the pronunciation. Just get it into your mouth. Get that word feeling comfortable. It's a physical, communication is a physical thing. Even writing with your fingers is physical.
Exactly. So it's really challenging to control your body, actually. So you know how to pronounce, but you can't produce the sound. So you need, it's like a training.
We have some new viewers with us. We have Anish from On the Spot. And we have, Nayana says, yes, I love this expression, live my English. Right? It's not an abstract piece of knowledge to memorize. English, like all language, is a physical skill. It's a communicative skill. It's something you have to do. Yes. Here's another comment. Use all of our senses. Exactly. Right? Listen to the words. See the word. You know, that's the thing. With English, especially, you do have to see it. So it comes back to reading. We have words that sound the same but are spelled very differently. You have to see those differences in order to really understand how they're used. So you got to use your visual senses with reading. We also have Angel. Angel's with us. Learning is like swimming. It's not possible to learn to swim only with theory. Exactly.
So true.
If any of you have learned a sport, there's usually, when I learned sports as a young teenager, here's how I did it. I watched it on TV, I got excited, and I went outside and imitated my heroes. So watching is one thing. You can learn the rules of the game, but sooner or later you got to go out and try it, right?
Yeah.
And at first it is kind of like an imitation, but then you start using it more proficiently on your own. So absolutely, I love the analogy to a sport. Right? And by the way, different languages use different muscles for speech. Right? And we have to learn to use the muscles of English. It requires different movements. We also have Anish, it's important to visualize yourself using it with confidence. Exactly. Language is remembered when it's experienced. Exactly. And you experience things in context. Real life, travel, talking to friends. Because Anish is here, I will add talking to friends and strangers, which is what his students at his program On the Spot Language do. They talk to strangers, right? I think I missed someone here. Oh, yeah, I want to say hello to Roni. Roni hasn't been with us for a while. He's from Bangladesh. Welcome, Roni. Good to see you again. Well, you've given us some really great questions here, Maki. And thank you, and thank you, your students. Yeah, your clients for bringing them. But yeah, does anyone else have questions for Maki? Anyone want to ask Maki some questions? Put her on the spot, Anish. Do you have some questions? Let me just write that up. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Anyone have a question for Maki? Oh, question. Gosh, bad spelling teacher. What the heck? Let me edit that. You know, as English teachers, I think it's very important to model good English for our students. I'm a little obsessive about it because, for example, when I write feedback on my student writers' writings, I type quickly because there's lots of feedback to give, and all the time I'm making little errors. And I can't let it sit. I have to use a capital to begin the sentence and good punct, because everything is an example to them.
Yes, for sure.
And the same with these tickers. If I get one little mishap, I'm very concerned about it.
Yeah, but we would never, misspell the question anymore. That's a real life experience for us.
Errors, especially errors in context, are memorable.
Yes.
But something we were talking about also before is that, gosh, what was it? I lost my train of thought, Maki. We were talking in a previous chat about modeling our language, example. Gosh, anyways, mustn't have been that important. End of the week, I'm a little stupid, so this happens. Does anyone have a question for Maki?
Do you have? No?
Sorry, go ahead, Maki, please.
Oh yeah, I liked what we talked about, like slowness, like in the English industry, everyone is like everything is fast, and we kind of forget to take time and reflect, and so I love that conversation.
Yeah. We were talking about, for example, movies and how we appreciate a slow-moving movie. Yeah. And so many people will say, oh, that movie was bad, it was too slow. And my question as a cinema fan is, why do movies have to be fast? Fast is for roller coasters, right? If you want to appreciate the beauty and the art of cinema, sometimes you have to take it slow and absorb it. And what we were discussing was learning the language in a school setting. They rush you along through the levels, get to the test, go to the next level, get to the test. And what happens is you end up discarding the last semester or the last segment's information in your race to get to the end and graduate. It's not a very effective way of learning a language. Time is an essential ingredient to learning. So we should all be patient.
Yes.
Even though the school is rushing you, or you have to get your IELTS done to get to university by September so you can apply, and everything's rushing you, the reality is learning a language always involves time, right? It's like cooking. We were talking about cooking analogy, right? If you look at any recipe for any kind of dish, one of the lists in the ingredients, one of the things they always mention is how long it takes to cook. Put it in the oven for 30 minutes, 32. Very specific, because it's an essential ingredient in the process. It's an essential ingredient in the process of learning a language too. Anish has a question for you.
Oh, what do you like the most about? This is a good question, actually.
It's putting us both on the spot.
Yes. Like I love, Paul's show because he always listens to his fans or his students, right? And I see a lot of like ESL stars on YouTube or on social media. It's good to share something, of course, but like it's really hard to reach to the person. Like in a big community, I love the teacher, but like I have never talked to her. And I think that's a little bit sad, but Paul always listen to his fans, and you have like great fans here, great
They're
student,
incredible,
hardworking, the most hardworking student here. So I love
staying up at all crazy hours.
Yeah. So I love that about your show. Always listen to people, and very humble.
Thank you.
And I love it. Very
it's really
gentle. Very gentle.
it's really the basis of the show. The show was a way of interacting with students during the pandemic and making them feel not so alone. Helps me not feel so alone and isolated. That's how this thing started, right? And when I was thinking about a format for the live show, there was no question about it. I knew that I had to be on screen, answering their questions, because that's what's missing with the whole YouTube experience, as you said. There's great content out there and some bad content, a lot of bad English content out there, but there's some great stuff. But the problem is, as you said, you're just sitting there watching it, which has some use, but you can't ask the questions that you need. So that's really what I wanted to focus on. So thank you for appreciating that. Oh, that's very nice, Anish. Thank you.
Mine is just
Like we said earlier, yeah, absolutely. We said earlier, we were marveling at the people that were tuning in tonight from all over the world, Uganda, Morocco, and they're all at these odd hours, like 3 in the morning. Emmanuel in Uganda was up at 3 in the morning. Chris in Belgium was up at 2. Someone was up at 5, I think Nayana or Intan. Like, I appreciate that so much. I know that that takes so much dedication, effort. How can, that motivates me to deliver a great show for them and to bring them interesting guests and to answer their questions.
I'm so grateful. I can never take it for granted.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an honor to be able to do this. I mean, it really is. To be able to teach English to anyone is an honor. For example, at a language school, it was an honor to meet all these students in person and welcome them to my country and share my knowledge with them and help them improve. But I would have 15 students maximum in a classroom. And usually in my classes, because I taught advanced students, there'd be like 5 or 6. When I had the opportunity to deliver a live show, it really occurred to me one night that I can reach anybody anywhere in the world, basically. And started to. And people started to show up from all these countries and all the corners of the world, far away from my city and my country. It's incredibly humbling. It's an amazing honor. Anyone have another question for Maki? Anyone? Maybe they all fell asleep. Understandable. It's now probably 4 a.m.
I'm so impressed.
Oh, thank you, Emmanuel. He's still awake. Good job, Emmanuel. You're still awake. Very impressive. Oh, yes. Here's a great question from Anish. Thank you, Anish. Oh, no, sorry. This is from Angel. Thank you, Angel. This one's from Anish. Okay.
What's my next challenge? And actually, I just finished the first draft for my challenge last night, and I'm going to work with my close friend Carolina from Bolivia, and we're going to create a challenge. Probably, I'm not sure, in autumn, I would say.
Okay.
Where I'm going to prepare, and I hope other teachers will join. If you're interested, please let me know. I love collaborating with amazing language learners and also mentors, facilitators, and teachers. We're going to have fun. It's going to be a writing party.
Writing party, I love it.
Writing party.
The best kind of party. And we have, from Irena, we have a smiley face. Thank you, Irena.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other questions for Maki? Or should we let Maki get on with her day?
Yes.
It's morning for you, right?
It's morning on Saturday, 10:30 now. And I'm going to take a walk with my son after this.
Lovely. Well, maybe maybe your son's waiting on us, so we should let you go.
Thank you.
Maki, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much. It was such
This
an
morning.
honor. It's always lovely talking to you, Paul Sensei.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very kind of you to join us. So everybody, please say thank you to Maki for joining us tonight. And we'll definitely have you back again another time, Maki.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Okay. Maki, take care, and I'll catch up with you soon. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Wow, she's amazing. I'm always so impressed with what she does. Thank you, Maki, for everything you've shared with us tonight, for bringing those questions, sharing your story with us, and generating some great conversation with our guests. And thank you guys for joining the show tonight. We went a little bit over time, so I'm definitely due to say goodnight to you. But first, let me say thank you for joining us tonight. As always, it's a great privilege and honor to be with you. Irene says, I'm not sleeping. Thank you for staying up, Irene. Bye, Maki. Yes, thank you, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to say goodnight. Until the next time I see you, please take care. Keep learning your English. And as always, stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or buy me a coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hard Boiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool. Trying to understand English grammar is like trying to solve a mystery. English grammar is irregular, contradictory, and confusing. Fortunately, though, you don't have to walk these dark streets of grammatical confusion by yourself. I'm English teacher Paul Duke, and on this show I'll be your grammar detective. Each week, we'll investigate communication crimes and suspicious sentences, context clues and example evidence. Together, we'll solve these English mysteries once and for all. Welcome to Hard Boiled English Live. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Hard Boiled English Live. I'm your humble host and grammar detective, Paul Duke, and we are streaming to you live from Vancouver, Canada, to Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter, and Africa TV. Wherever you are in the world, whichever platform you're on, welcome to the show. I can't thank you enough for joining me. Now, usually on the show, I answer an English grammar question sent in to me by one of the viewers. If you would like your question answered, please email me a short video clip with you asking me the question. Here's the email address right here. Send it in to me and I'll build a new show around it. However, tonight's show is a little different. You see, I'm unable to join you this evening live. This is actually a pre-recorded segment. And tonight I want to introduce you to a very special guest. She is an English teacher, a popular social media figure, a course creator, and basically an amazing educator. I'm a big fan of her work, and I know you will be too. So let's welcome to the show, Kira Sage of Language Hack. I've really admired your work online for a long time, and about a year ago, I saw an interview with you with another educator I'm familiar with, Anish Dea from On the Spot Language. And some of the things you were talking about were really fascinating. So, but he didn't ask some questions that I had. So I want to get to those today.
All right.
How's the weather where you are to begin with?
It's a little misleading. It's so sunny and so bright, yet it is quite cold. It's about 50s, 51 degrees Fahrenheit, that is.
And you're in Northern California at the moment?
Yeah, San Jose.
San Jose, okay. Where I am in Vancouver has become pretty cold. Unlike the rest of Canada, where the stereotypical snowy winter prevails, Vancouver is the warmest part of the country and rarely gets snow. So the winter gets to be around 5 to 0. It kind of fluctuates in that region, but I think today is only like 8 degrees, so it's not bad.
We're talking Fahrenheit? Oh, goodness.
Celsius. Sorry, Celsius.
Oh, Celsius. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure how that would.
70. I know. I'm doing my best
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
It's always a challenge for me. I grew up at a time when Canada still used the same system as the US. But
okay.
we switched in the 70s to the metric system. So my generation is always kind of stuck in the middle, whereas a newer generation are completely metric.
Wow.
But I can't do the translations in my head. Anyway, on to our discussion.
Yeah.
Let's leave. What do you call it? What is that? What is that profession called?
Bygones
the weather.
bygones.
What is weather called?
No, that's barometer. Excuse me.
Yeah. You know, the weather person on the news, they have
This
a
is the
fancy
English
name.
mystery.
Yeah, this is the English mystery of it. Anyway, let's move on from that. As I said in my introduction, I'm always very curious about how educators arrived to where they are and arrived at their professions. So I want to know a little bit about your background and how it shaped you into an educator. In other words, who is Kira Sage and how did you become who you are today? Can you tell us?
Wow. Well, I was blessed with a very colorful life that really had an emphasis on education and the experiences involved in your life, which help educate you further. And so we'll start off with where I went to high school, which was Mission Viejo High School, which is not that far from Disneyland of all places. So I had so many opportunities as a student to go backstage at Disney and go and do projects with them and to see that all of the stuff that we're learning in school does have a true purpose in real life to grow ourselves into whatever we want to be and to always chase that dream. Moving into bachelor's, I got that as a culmination of my 3 experiences living in Hawaii, in Japan, and France. And that altogether was a really fun experience. It taught me a lot about how to live in different ways. What you do in France is not the same as what you do in Japan, nor what you do in Hawaii or even California. So again, just a lot of educational experiences there. And then for my final piece was here in the Bay Area, even though it was for USC, which is for Southern California, University of Southern California. I got all of my teaching experience done online while I was a Twitch streamer playing video games.
Amazing.
So those are my kind of educational experiences and learning about video games and how gamification could help education as well, especially with this huge COVID shift to online.
Let me just touch on something. When you were in high school, how did you make did you have an early interest in languages? You mentioned Disneyland, but where was that moment where language gripped your imagination and you decided to move into, let's say, your education in language? How did you make that initial step into language? Were you always interested in language?
You know, I was a huge fan of Johnny Depp at the time. You know, watching Pirates of the Caribbean had just released, I think maybe its first or second movie at that time. And I read somewhere that he would go to the Ile de Ré in France, and you could just find him hanging out on a beach, and you could speak to him at a cafe. And I thought, I need to meet this guy. If I have to go undercover to France, and speak French just to get a chance to meet him, I would. So I did. And it started out in seventh grade with Intro to French, public school. They don't have these classes anymore because of funding, which is really sad. But I took advantage of that. And from seventh grade all the way up to the end of high school, I studied French. And I guess the moment that I realized that language learning truly is for me, I don't know. I guess people just weren't interested. When I would listen to music, I would listen to music from any other country. It didn't have to be English. I just needed to hear the rhythm and the musicality of whatever sounds were coming out of their mouth, whether it be Mandarin this time or Norwegian this other time or French this other time. It just had to sound cool to me. And I think maybe that was the moment I realized, okay, this is different for me. I love languages as more than just something that you write on paper.
Did you find when you were young, let's say when you were young and listening to music, did you find like you were drawn to the lyrics element rather than say the rhythm or the musician, the musical aspect? Did the lyrics grip your imagination?
Lyrics came much later, years later, actually. But in the beginning, it was really just listening to the sounds that they were producing with their mouth. I mean, maybe that's why I do so much pronunciation now as an adult, as a teacher. But back then it was, I could feel the emotion from whatever they were saying. I didn't need to know what they were saying. That came into later as I really truly loved the sounds of a language. That's when I dove into Japanese. Okay, I have to. This sounds too cool. What are they saying? And then you find out it's some, sappy romantic song, but still, it sounded really cool. Yeah, that's kind of how it evolved for me, from sounds to, okay, I have to figure out what these sounds mean, to eventually here I am listening to other people's sounds and diagnosing it as pronunciation.
I love what you've said about wanting to meet Johnny Depp and that motivating your study of French. But it's such a great lesson, because in childhood or youth, if you were to tell your parents, I have to learn French so I can meet Johnny Depp, they would laugh and think it's silly or frivolous. But we can actually say it's one of the beginnings of your professional career. So yeah. I don't work with children and I don't have my own children, but I've often been fascinated with how there's such wisdom in early youthful choices and interests that on the surface to a parent probably doesn't look like much, probably doesn't look like a career trajectory, but there's a kernel of insight there, that there's some connection that a young person is seeing. Maybe it's mixed up with youthful hormones and interest in Johnny Depp. We've all been through that, but there's something else connected to the appeal to Johnny Depp. It's in order to meet someone like him, or maybe he stands in for a whole range of possible friendships in the future, you need a language to access that. So I just think that's really, really fascinating, how those early moments are first steps in a direction, even when they don't appear to be. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so you went to school, you studied stuff, you came out on the other side. Now it's time to think about, I need a job. What can I do with my education? And
yeah,
you started traveling and teaching around the world. That takes a lot of courage. Yeah. That takes as much courage as an international student coming to our countries to study. Where did you get that courage?
Well, I had been traveling a lot as a kid, actually. From 9.5 to about 15 years old, I had already been to most of the world.
Wow, fantastic.
That's just because I was raised by people who were in the prime spending years of their life. I was really fortunate. Having been able to do that and see that and really truly feel that I am a global citizen, this is my planet too, then it opened me up to, well, where do I want to study? what should I do? Where should I go actually? What imprint do I want to make? I knew I just wanted to be around certain countries because of the languages I had studied. France for my study abroad, Japan because my love for the culture, music, and also studying the language. Picking up a minor in Japanese as well, having that is a nice for merit as well. Um, but yeah, it wasn't until my experience in Japan where it was that cuspus of, oh my gosh, I'm going to graduate soon. I'm not really happy with the whole business degree because that's what we do to satisfy our parents. But through teaching and also what I learned from my students' successes, that was when I realized, is this something I could do? I enjoy it. It doesn't feel like I'm working. Could I make this an actual career out of it? And I had a group of 3 kind of grandma students who really pushed me to become a teacher. And here I am today.
That's
Ta-da.
fantastic. So you encountered some students who became actual mentors for you in a sense.
Yeah, diehard fan mentors. Yeah, I've always had that throughout my entire career, and success of my business has been through fan mentors who cared enough, who said, "No, we need this to happen for you. Okay, this needs to happen right now." And they just walk me through the process. They hold my hand, and then I've elevated myself in some way.
That's lovely. I've often said and searched for myself a sort of a champion, someone who really believes in what you're doing, but also are in a position to support or help you in some way, whether it's with advice or technical collaboration or support. I find that to be so crucial if you're a creative person. The same way performers need an agent to believe in them or a manager who
Yes.
can take care of all the technical aspects, logistical aspects of being a performer, and the performer can perform. Content creators need that too. They need somebody, I think, to guide them, point them in the right direction. For example, there are a lot of YouTube videos about how to do this and how to do that, and best strategy for building a business or best strategy for creating a live stream or a video channel. But they don't know your channel. They don't know your vision. And to get that kind of direct mentorship where you can explain your vision and they can prescribe a strategy, that costs a fortune to get that kind of coaching.
Yeah.
So sometimes it comes from our students. Sometimes we learn so much from we always learn from our students. But it sounds also like your students had great support and advice for you. Is that the case?
Yes, throughout my entire career.
That's fantastic. Okay, I have a question for you. I understand I understand that for a long time, and perhaps continue today, that you trained corporate language users in Silicon Valley in the technology space. So it sounds like you did put your business education to work in the service of your passion for education. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Is that a good characterization?
Well, just like becoming a teacher, I fell into that. The whole tech space, I fell into that too. Getting hired by Berlitz Palo Alto, which does not exist anymore, by the way. But getting hired by them, they were the first and only one to offer me an interview at that time. The Japanese school system and the US school system doesn't quite align with the summer breaks. So I was out back in the US in August when all of the hiring had typically been done by like May, June in the US. So I come back and that was the only place that was willing to give me a shot at working. Go work for them. And they have this huge need for Google. Google was doing mass hiring at that time. I mean, hundreds of people per week. And what happened when they're typically coming from a different country, they need English support. So Berlitz had an exclusive contract for that first year. I just was right timing, and I was thrown into the world of software development. Not really by choice, but it was really great to talk to them, to get to see inside their world, to learn everything about the movie, I guess, The Internship with Ashton Kutcher, and to kind of live that, but never actually get to have to write a line of code, so to speak.
Yeah. What were some of the challenges and some of the insights or benefits that you pulled out of that experience? First of all, what were some of the challenges of being an educator in that space?
I guess finding something that's appealing to them at first, because they're so oriented on a task. They're so oriented on, I need to get better at work. How do I improve? How do I get my raise? Okay, well, if I do well in this class, she'll report all of this information to my manager and then I'll get a raise. Okay, how do I do this? It's not how language works. Sorry. So that was the first kind of step, was to get them to be interested in expressing themselves creatively instead of just input output like you would with a computer. Human language is different. Other than that, it wasn't that much of a challenge. It was fun. It was exciting. They came with B1 typically, a lot of people. So starting out there, they already had some ability to express themselves. So it was great just to hear like, okay, you're brand new to here. You went from, do I want this job? I mean, that's an amazing leap of faith to just totally, you've never been to the US before. You haven't studied that much English. You don't know anything about the culture. And yet here you are living here. Oh my goodness.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. And on a daily basis, I met people like this. Like, tell me, what was that night like when you went to tell your significant other, you went to tell someone you're dating, like, I'm going to go move to the US in 2 weeks. How are you this morning? Like, wow.
It's incredible. And how did you get them to make that shift from task-based, task-focused to more of a process view of language learning? Are there some techniques or strategies you used?
You know, at Language Hack, we say it's your English, your way. And the reason why, it's just so simple. It's the same thing that goes back to when I was learning other languages in my childhood. I just did what I liked. That was it. Like, I really liked Japanese things. I liked watching their movies. I liked listening to music. I liked watching silly commercials with my favorite rock stars in them. And I would repeat the same 3 sentence advertising the candy over and over again. But it was just, I liked it. So what I did was I took the time to really cultivate that relationship with that engineer. They're more than just what they do at work.
Yes.
And it's finding out, and even with kids too, what kind of learner are they? What are their true interests? They're still learning that as a kid. Well, when you make that huge life transition to another country, you are completely rebuilding yourself. There is an identity change, more than just you in another language, but you outside of your home country where you don't have those same expectations on you now. Who are you now that you're not there at home plate? So, I just like to be there to support that.
I love that you said you characterize it as you are more than what you do. You're more than just this job that has brought you here. And now that you have that in place, but you're in a new place without those pressures and norms, you're free to sort of reinvent yourself. And language is kind of an access to that, isn't it?
It is.
Have you experienced that in your own life?
Oh, definitely.
In the new languages, you found a way to reinvent yourself or to open up different avenues of your character?
Oh, definitely. Yes. In France, it was, okay, here I am. I'm 18, turning 19 years old. How do we be cool like in the movies? Okay, we drink beer. Let's go. It was introduced to all of that. All of that was brand new. In Japan, it was, okay, now I've got a job in a different country and I have to navigate a train system for the first time when I'm used to driving on freeways by myself. Woohoo. It was just...
That's a big one.
It's that agency. It's that ability to, especially you feel kind of like fireworks in your head after you've said something grammatically correct. They understood all that work that happened in the classroom finally paid off, and you really feel something. I don't know what that is. Just like when you're developing striations in your muscles at the gym, like you feel something in your brain that moment, like, and I live for that.
There's something You know, forget about the quizzes and the tests and the successful exams. The ultimate success is when you communicate with someone and they understand you, and vice versa. That's the true test of your language skill, right? Is putting it to the test in a real context. Everything else is just preparation for that. So maybe there is something to this idea that whatever neurological reward system is in effect, that experience is incredibly exhilarating, isn't it?
It is. It's seriously, and that's why when I'm working with others as a language coach, I just want them to experience that.
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk about anything. We can talk about what Elon Musk did to Twitter last week. We can talk about what you did with your kids, or, you know, where you brought them to. I don't care.
Yeah.
We're going to simulate it so that you get that experience and you really understand that language learning is a reflection of you. Like it's a beautiful falling in love with you process.
I find myself in my work online, because it's so focused on grammar investigation, I find that I have to remind my viewers and my students that although that's my focus, my goal for my students and my viewers isn't to have correct or accurate English. The goal is to achieve that sense of clear communication with someone. Mm-hmm. And I just happen to believe that the different grammar structures allow a sense of precision so that you can convey the more exact idea that you're thinking. But the goal is always to have that experience of communicating effectively with someone else, or having them communicate to you in a way you understand. So I find that I'm always adding that little, not a disclaimer, but a little caveat whenever I'm dealing with grammar, because I don't want them to get hung up on whether the grammar I'm explaining in my show is like, I'm prescribing it. This is what it is. That's why I call it an investigation. We're always taking a real life example and trying to understand the meaning that's being expressed with it. So that's, at some point, we can use that and someone can communicate it. But that thrill of communication is the goal. You know, yes. I'm not dogmatic. I'm not into like correct or incorrect. I don't even like tests. But tell me if you've experienced this. Something I come across with my students all the time is they'll feel like they're not developing their English. It's not improving, teacher. And I jokingly tell them, well, you are, but you can't see it. It's like watching your hair grow in the mirror.
Yeah.
It's incremental, so small, you don't see it. But if you visit mom after 6 months, she'll say, hey, your hair is long. But I also remind them that I understand everything you're saying. So that is the win that we're after, isn't it? Reminding them that they're doing fine, you know?
Yes, so much of that.
You mentioned something about how that feeling is so powerful for you and so motivating for you. And that you chose teaching strategies that you liked, that you got a kick out of, that connected with your own interests. What are some of your interests? What are some of your hobbies and interests?
Yeah, I've always been into video games. Actually,
I don't know anything about video game. What are we doing?
Oh,
like Xbox or?
Yeah, they're quite similar.
Okay.
But PlayStation, Team PlayStation.
PlayStation's the one. Okay.
Yes, and the Switch. Just because the Switch is so easy, you can put it in your purse and go anywhere with it. Really, it's great. But it started out for me with Rocket League. I played a lot of Rocket League. I was teaching at Berlitz, Beverly Hills, to 2 Vietnamese nuns. It's Beverly Hills nuns. I don't know. That's just, again, falling into a fun
ironic,
situation. Yeah. But that's what I did in my spare time. Was I was either at the gym, I was cooking, or I was playing Rocket League. It wasn't until I never cared about mixing games with education, even though I grew up on educational CD-ROMs. Putt-Putt, for example, Living Books, another example, more than just Oregon Trail that we had in public school. But it really wasn't until I started working with kids And I noticed that the kids of this generation, I don't even know what letter they're on right now. They're not Generation Z. There's something after Z, these current
Yeah.
kids.
Do we loop back to A? How does that work?
How do they get these names? I don't know. I'm a millennial.
know.
I don't even get a letter. What is that? Okay. I guess millennium, turn of the century.
And I'm a
Anywho.
Generation Xer, yet no one talked about Generation W.
No. What is W? Who are they?
I think actually Generation X was the first time we referred to them as that. It was from a book by Douglas Copeland called Generation X. I think that's when it started. But now, because we started in the alphabet so late, now we're stuck.
Yeah. So this
Sorry
current generation. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Whoever the Z pluses are, yeah.
Z plus. I like that. Sounds like an iPhone model. So we have the Z plus generation, and what I noticed with them, a lot of them, is immediately, maybe because they're born this way, I don't know, it's something about this generation. They're paper phobic. Not gonna lie. And so it's working backwards. Instead of working with worksheets to go into computer exercises like I did at Berlitz with adults, now it's the other way around of, okay, trying to get them away from the screen and focusing back to the fun and joy of paper, along with the teaching elements that you need of English and grammar and all that other stuff. Sure. But that's what it's been, a consistent theme that I've noticed with this generation. So, and at the same time, yeah, we are working with a lot of that age group. It's parts of speech. It's a lot of grammar heavy words, declarative, interrogative, conjunction, correlating, well, no, maybe not at that stage, but all of these types of adverb, adjective, these are a lot of big grammar words that we don't get to use that often. So I turned to video games as my way of saying, hey, we're going to make this fun. Either you know all of the things from the vocabulary list, or that monster is going to kill you. Not me.
Love it.
It's not a test. There's no red ink here. It's just survive, or that monster is going to get you. And they are so motivated. They remember so well. Maybe it is that boost of adrenaline because they do think that monster is really going to get after them, which it's not. But they learn so much faster.
I think you're onto something there, because how many times have you heard new teachers ask senior teachers, hey, how do you keep your students motivated? And one of the things I've often encountered is basically, because I work with adults and professionals, they have an intrinsic motivation. They're seeking language improvement for their careers or their traveling hobby. So there's a motivation there, but that wanes, obviously. But what you're suggesting here is virtualizing motivation, giving them a life or death motivation in the virtual space that to the reptilian amygdala brain feels very real.
Yes.
That's genius, because it creates a powerful motivation that's really virtual. Doesn't matter. The result is they're going to learn those words, isn't it?
Yes. If you've heard of the tool WordWall, they have an option.
I haven't.
Oh, I love WordWall. There's so much you can do with it. Yes, I'll have to share that with you afterwards.
Please.
But WordWall is great. And one of the options you can use to quiz your grammar is Maze Chase. And it's basically like Pac-Man. And you can change the different themes. Do you want it to be spooky Halloween theme? Do you want it to be cute doodles theme? Do you want it to be just plain someone running away from robots theme? You can change it up for your class. You can change the speed. You can change how many lives. And that's one of my, that's the top favorite. Even sixth graders love it. He's been playing it since he was in fifth grade, but he still loves it. Never gets old.
Awesome.
Doesn't matter the content. They
WordWall.
love it. WordWall.
Well, we'll definitely put a link to that down below. That sounds really exciting.
It's been powerful.
I remember teaching at a language school around the time smartphones became ubiquitous and really
a prominent feature of daily life. And there was so much resistance on the part of the school and teachers, and they experimented, institutionally, we experimented with bans, with all kinds of sticks and carrots systems to get rid of the cell phones or get them out of their hands while they were in class. But it struck me as, I just thought that was there was a sea change in this generation. And the only way to get through to them would be to meet them where their attention is, which is on the phone. And that was the first time, probably around, I want to say 2016, 2015, I started thinking, I've got to get into that phone. If I'm going to be a successful teacher going forward, as technology and culture around technology changes, I need to be inside the phone. And that's where I got involved with video. I started planning to anyways, taking my early steps towards video. So I want to ask you, you're working as a language trainer in a tech environment. Were you already, and your hobby was gaming, were you already deeply involved with social media, or did using social media for education evolve out of those experiences? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Oh, that's so funny. So I grew up in the MySpace generation, so I knew what it was like to be an influencer and all the other silly stuff. In terms of social media marketing, my friend had a band at that time. And I knew about some of those different well, at that time it was called Friendster and I had a bunch of those things. That was something I did outside of my gaming time as a kid. And so I marketed her band. She got popular in a bunch of countries. It's called She Screams Remedy. It's a kind of girly screamo band. Anyways, I got into social media marketing without realizing what that was and how powerful that was at that time. Moving forward, I never tried to use it for education. I always did it as a hobby. And that's where my Twitch streaming came into play, pun intended. That's also and that was about the time when students started to tell me, you need a YouTube channel. This was about, around 2015, 2016 is when I started to get approached. And I think it was around 2012, 2013, I had written out the beginnings of a YouTube channel with a friend to start No Brainer English, actually, was the original plans for that. But that didn't happen with the friend, and Twitch happened. And then I was really scared of YouTube because of editing. I just saw the quality scale, that spectrum of quality on YouTube. And of course, I wanted to be top tier quality from the get-go. And I knew I couldn't have that from the beginning, and I pouted and I put it off. I put off YouTube for years. Here I am. I think I'm about a year into really working on my YouTube channel, and it's been amazing. It's been great. I know that I haven't hired any staff. Everything you see on my YouTube channel, I've done by hand myself. So be nice with your criticism. But
same is true of mine. Absolutely. The same is true of mine.
Heart and soul, blood, blood, sweat, tears, all of it went into that. But I was just so scared at the beginning. Really, I really was. And now doing it, it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. I love taking this ownership. I love the agency from it. Okay, let's do some more.
It's interesting you describe it that way. In my experience moving to YouTube, I heard very similar things even at the beginning of YouTube, because I was starting to get involved with independent filmmaking. Filmmaking was actually my absolute dream as a kid. And in my middle age, I decided to give myself permission to at least play with it. So I got involved with some independent productions. I started making some short films with some friends. So the filmmaking craft I was comfortable with. But as I started doing YouTube stuff, the thing that just seemed not only confusing, but terrifying was marketing. In the past, I even sort of ridiculed marketers because I found it so annoying, and I'm a cinema snob, so I despise ads and TV commercials, and how dare they intrude on my consciousness. I really loathed marketing. And now here I was in a position where I have to learn how to do it. And I also respected it in the sense that, hey, people get degrees in marketing.
I can't expect to be good at it after watching a couple of how-tos. So for me, it was the editing and the filmmaking side of video production was very comfortable for me. And although I'm not super comfortable performing, I'm not uncomfortable on camera either. But what I am uncomfortable with is promoting myself and saying, hey, come and check out this, or, look at me. That whole world freaked me out. So it's, only recently have I figured out what a hashtag is. Have you found that being a solopreneur, doing everything yourself, have you found that marketing is the challenge, or is it still producing the content? What's the more daunting challenge for you, or the most uncomfortable?
At this point, I think it's the editing of content.
Yeah.
I'm okay with going live. I'm okay with having a class. I'm okay with all of that because it's right here. I can feel the energy.
Yeah.
I can switch from activity to the next. I've got my bag of tricks handy. When it comes to making a video, it's more than just I've made the video with the take that I actually like.
Right.
It's now let me get the text bubble. Let me get the timing of the text bubble. Let me type the description. Oh, let me include those hashtags. Did I include the alt text so that people with vision disabilities can have an understanding of what this video is about? Oh, yes, I need to include that too.
Thousands of little choices and details, right?
Yes.
So many variables. It gives you a lot of creative freedom, but it's also crippling because it's so much work.
Into one post, there are so many steps that go into one post, and so many types of text and variations and lengths. You have a blog post and that's X amount of information, but then you've got a description of a video and that's another type of thing. You've got the caption of a piece of content. That's another type of thing. And that it can get inundating sometimes.
I think one of the things newcomers to online content don't quite grasp when they watch their heroes on YouTube or TikTok is that a lot of the very successful ones have a team, and a lot of the work is delegated to a team or people on Fiverr or something, and that's how they're able to produce content every day, 2 or 3 pieces, to the point where algorithms are eating it up and passing it along the chain. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn just beyond making a good video. Right?
That is for sure.
So tell me something. As I said to a moment ago, you're a solopreneur. You do everything by yourself, right?
Yes.
And I appreciate that because the same is true for me. I do everything out of this whiteboard. Everything here is an office in my apartment.
Wow.
In fact, 7 days a week, I barely leave this room. It's ridiculous. What are the greatest challenges being a solo entrepreneur in the education space that we're in, or I guess just in general? What are the pros and cons? Let's think of it that way. What are the pros and cons? What are the cons?
I was going to say there are some great pros that come with this. There are a lot of challenges, and they're big, huge boulders that you got to stay clear from as an entrepreneur. I think I'm just speaking as a general entrepreneur. It's a beautiful process of defining what you want, or else whatever you have will consume you. So I'm just putting that out there. That's one thing is, really define exactly what you want to have and then go get it. That's what entrepreneurship is. It's great. Another challenge out there is you are flooded with so many choices. Okay, you want to upload a course? Okay, there are so many different places to upload your course. Do you want to have a file organization system? Okay, well, you can do it in many different ways. And every single thing has a jillion different choices of softwares, of platforms, of hired help, of not. You really have to think about how to strategize your time and make it worthwhile, because especially as an educator, we are educating, meaning we have that planning stage. We have the actual teaching stage. We have the post stage of reflecting what happened during that session based off of my plans, and how do I need to shift my plans in order for the next one. All of that needs to happen. So you really have to be a master of your time and use your planner wisely. That is your best friend, as your planner. But the pros, I haven't emphasized the pros enough. I know I've been talking about the scary challenges, but the pros out there is that since COVID, it has been an eruption of new technology and new opportunities in education that we have never ever seen or taken advantage of before as teachers. And we need to wake up and rise up to that. And I mean, for example, I'm so blessed and thankful to have worked with Platzi. Platzi is a startup, but they're bigger than just the tiny word startup in Latin America. They offer online education certificates, professional development of anything, marketing, UX, coding, you name it, they've got it. And so, but that opportunity itself, they treat their teachers so well. I was flown from California to Mexico, put up in a hotel, fed and dined for a week. Again, as a teacher, I never would have expected, something as great as that. But because this tech revolution is happening, that's when we as teachers, we have all that expertise that these tech companies don't have. They have the tech skills, they have the product development skills, but they don't have us. And so that's when we really got to put our hand out there and say, hi, nice to meet you. And I've been doing so since COVID, and especially since I'm in Silicon Valley, I do have more opportunities to go to events and meet others, but it has just simply been networking and seeing those opportunities. They are out there. They're great. They will treat you well for teachers during this this kind of renaissance time.
Are there certain events or conferences that you'd recommend an educator who works online attending? I know of a couple like Vid Summit or VidCon for people involved with video. Do you know of any other sort of, any events that would appeal to edupreneurs online?
It really depends on what skill that edupreneur wants to get better at. And there's a conference for that typically. But I've just been to basic ones, like GoDaddy is a place where you can have a website. Though I do not have my website through there, I was still invited to their summit, and I went there in San Francisco in person, got to go to the talks, I met the CEO. Just a great way to network and collect those business cards and keep those relationships, because you never know if they know somebody who knows somebody.
Right. That's something I've done zero of. And I'd like to be more involved in that. Yeah. I've done zero conferencing or networking. I mean, I've been involved with conferences as a teacher, but not this merging of education and technology. I really need to sort of get more involved with that. You mentioned Platzi. I've seen some of the work you've been doing with Platzi. This is a new project, isn't it? Pretty new? Recent?
Yeah, I've had 2 courses with them this year, and that was all brand new on a whim. Couldn't believe that this relationship would even happen. But again, how did this come into fruition? I actually knew somebody who knew somebody, and I knew another somebody who knew another somebody. Those somebodies aligned, and so it was, Kira, oh, we've heard of you before. You've heard of me before. Oh, I didn't know that this was possible. I haven't been on the internet as a teacher for very long, but here we go. Passed the interview, got to make my first course where they said, here's total creative freedom. Oh, we also have designers, we have editors, we have all these staff on deck for you. Have at it. We just want you to make it about this subject. Here you go. Awesome.
And they have all the facilities?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, it was just going from the classroom to an opportunity like that, where they say, here's an old course, we want to freshen it up, have at it. It's a dream come true.
Yeah.
I had everything at my disposal. And it turned out
support. Well. That's amazing.
Yes. Mentorship as well. I had a course director on standby at all times. If I had a question, well, is it this way or this way? Which way do you think is better? They would let me know. Before the course gets finally uploaded to the website, they have a dedicated team of learners who go and watch it and take it and give me
That's awesome.
that perspective as well. It's so cool.
Sounds like you've found a champion who believes in what you do and wants to support it, right? That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope I can get invited for a third course. The first course was really, it was my first time doing anything asynchronous. So that was wild to think about all of the work I've been doing for the past 8 or so years. And then to say, okay, now you don't have any interaction with your learners. Go make something interactive. Interactive, but with no how do I, wow.
Mhm.
And for the first course they gave me, it was for A1, total
Okay.
beginners of English.
Yeah.
It was the biggest challenge. But again, I stuck with, what do they know? What is their reality? If I'm going to be meeting these people through this website, this platform, I use the platform itself to teach all the vocabulary. You
Okay.
already know what video call is because you have
Yeah.
it through LinkedIn, you have it through Instagram, you have it through Facebook, you have it through everything else. Okay, well, you know what mute is. And I started to use everything that was in there to help teach through that. So much so at the end of it, they were like, oh, where's this platform and where can I download it? It's fake. It was just for imaginary purposes. The second course, I took a lot of my inspiration from you and the way you made your own series. I think that's beautiful. I think that is
Thank you.
so talented to be able to take lessons and combine it, weave it with story. And
Mhm.
so through that inspiration, through our talks, I decided to try my hand at writing my own series. And I did that with Platzi.
That's
It's only
awesome.
4 episodes related to business English. And it's pretty exciting. We have some reviews on it so far. And it was a hit. And I really thank you for all of the advice
You're welcome.
about how to,
That's-
interweave those two concepts together.
That's fantastic. Wow, I'm
My
honored
total
that you...
first time, and I was able to do that again thanks to that relationship with Platzi. They said, hey, here's
Wow.
another course, teach it however you want. Well, I have always wanted to have like a series where they watch the episode and then they learn from the episode. How do we
Yeah.
get that to happen?
That's
So-
awesome.
Somehow it happened.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's great. I want to ask you something that connects that to something you said a few moments ago about when you're alone as an entrepreneur and you have all of these variables and all of these myriad of decisions to make.
Yes.
And every decision, starts a chain reaction in a different direction. How do you make these choices? Do you have some kind of compass or North Star or mission statement or philosophy? What guides your decision making?
A lot of different things. I look at it through a lot of different perspectives. So first, there's got to be a logical perspective of, well, as an entrepreneur, there's so much risk I can take. There's so much money I do actually have to make, and you have to know your numbers first. But then also there are projections out there. What direction could I go into as of maybe 6 months to 12 months down the line? But also there's your heart too, and this is, you made this job for yourself. You have to make something that's worthwhile because you've got it made. Let's make it sweeter. So figuring out that ikigai, so to speak, what you want to give, that also gives you the job satisfaction. If you can
Right.
combine those, then it's perfect.
That sense of purpose or direction, if you have something like that that's clear to you, it allows you to make those decisions. Okay, I've got 5, 6 different options. Which one fits that?
Yeah.
That's the one to make, right?
I mean, for me, it slowly, I mean, I'm hitting my 10th year of teaching next year. But it slowly came this way. I always said no to kids, but I realized that working with kids was the catalyst to really combining all of my strengths of performance, of video game, of content creation and acting silly sometimes, changing my voice, of singing, of all of these things. It all came together when I realized it's kids. You sing for kids, you act for kids, you play video games with kids. You can do that with adults, but it's only a small group of adults. And it all started to make sense over these years. But yeah, being true to myself, knowing what I liked, and knowing how to apply that with the right group who needed it.
And you are what they needed, clearly. That's but I mean, recognizing that with in all humility, I mean, is a powerful thing, isn't it? When you recognize that they need something and you have it, therefore you are what they need.
It's listening. It's listening, really, though. Listening to the adults and hearing what their struggles truly are versus what they tell you what they want out of a session.
Yeah.
Listening to the kids and telling you what actually happened at school, what their homework was, and how they feel about the week or the days coming ahead. If you really take a moment to listen and go, wait, you're just learning conjunctions and you feel stressed? Oh no, it is too early to feel stressed. Wait till you go to argumentative, analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're allowed to feel stressed. No.
Yeah.
No way. We can make this fun. Or something like that. Or a lot of the times it's reading logs. The teacher has a bunch of these questions about whatever I read. What am I supposed to say? That's another thing. It's like, no, you should not feel lost from a homework assignment ever.
Right.
Let's make this fun. We got this. Now that I've listened to you, I know exactly how to help.
That's great advice. Listen, right? Listen to your students and they'll tell you what they need in so many ways. I have a question for you. This is a little bit left field question, but I've been meaning to ask you this. As a solo entrepreneur, as a hardworking teacher, devoted to your students, how do you manage, I don't even want to use the word balance, but how do you manage your personal life, your personal interests and hobbies, your friends, with all of the work you have to do as an entrepreneur? How do you manage that? Is it possible to?
Yes, it's possible. I'm learning a lot. This business, it was founded and established as a business as of last year. It wasn't until 2020 when I went full on by myself. I cut off all ties with language schools and I made this 100% me. So things are still fairly new and fresh as an entrepreneur, as a full-time work for myself person. And when it comes to those social relationships, I have had a lot of hard lessons to learn. And the beginning is, you are starting up a business and it does require all of your attention. And you have to choose what is more valuable. That dinner where you drink a beer or two and you spend whatever amount of dollars, or putting that same amount of dollars into something related for your business, knowing that that's going to project you further, and seeing the benefits of just investing in yourself. Because you have some dream, you have some type of future crystal clear in your head, while others are just kind of, well, I put in my 9 to 5 and I did what I needed to do, so I'm just going to relax until I have to be serious again. Mm-hmm. I noticed that very quickly. And so my time with others became really limited. And now everything is, how much time can I invest in this? Do I need to invest in this? There are so many things I want to make happen now, especially with those Platzi achievements, which again, I was trying for the first time doing those things and getting paid for it. It was a lot of risk and it was a lot of reward as well. All right, I can't stop. Now that I know that I have those abilities and that I've done those things, I've got a lot of work to do, actually. I text my friends. I make sure I send more voice messages than, I'm not a big video person, but I send a lot of voice and audio messages so they can feel somewhat close to me. I do, every once in a while, schedule like some dates, Saturdays and Sundays. It took me a long time to go from 7 days a week to 5 days a week. I've waned back. I finally have weaned back. But yeah, it's been definitely a learning process I went from not talking to anyone, keeping my distance, even though they were definitely in full support of me and what I did, to finally, okay, I can learn how to balance these things. It's do what you want, do what makes you happy. Content creation makes me happy. Interacting and going live makes me happy, but also I get energized at a certain side from hanging out with my friends. And if they're native speaker friends, that allows you to get that balance between non-native and native time. They're different Englishes, and it's cool to hear you're using that expression more, huh? Because usually I talk about this expression when I'm in teacher mode, huh? Okay,
That's a great point. Yeah. Sometimes I find that I really long to hear beautiful, really advanced English. Don't hear a lot of that on television or movies. So I really long to meet some of my really smart friends and just listen to their talk, listen to their speech. You know, it's so refreshing.
Yes.
Or read, which is harder to come by. It's a lot slower of a process. Before we go, there's a couple of things I want to get to. I want to ask you another question that's a little bit off the path we've been on. Give this one some thought, because I'm going to ask this to all of my guests from here on in, because it's really nags me. Okay, you ready for this one?
Oh gosh, here we go.
Okay. You're a smart person. You're an educator. What I want to know is, why is a tennis ball fuzzy? Why is a tennis ball fuzzy? I mean, baseballs are made of smooth leather. They're smooth. Tennis balls have this furry coating. I need to know why. You know, I'm the grammar detective, so one of the reasons I'm like that is because when I have a question, or there's a name someone's mentioned, remember that movie, blah blah blah, and no one can remember the name.
Yes.
I am locked onto that question or that mystery until I can find the answer. I just become obsessed with it. And this question, I'm dying to know the answer, and I don't want to Google it. I want to hear from someone else. So what do you think? Why is a tennis ball fuzzy?
Yes, so this would go into some physics. This is, even though I'm an English teacher, I'll tell you a little bit of physics that I know, and this has to do with friction. Well, tennis balls are also very, very, very bouncy. If you let them, they can go all the way out into the stadium. And so my theory is that they are fuzzy so that we need them to stay within the court. That fuzziness is there to damper that bouncy effect.
Right.
Versus when you're looking at a baseball, it's leather, because we just want that clean hit for it to actually go someplace. Yeah. There's nothing stopping that ball from going anywhere.
And we don't need to damper the speed of a baseball. You have a huge park to play in. You have lots of people to catch the ball. And one of the goals is to hit it out of the stadium and never see it again. When you're playing tennis on a confined, fenced-in court, you want that ball. You don't have to want to trek around the other side of the fence to get the ball. So you're suggesting it's a design to limit how far away from you the ball gets, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. To slow it down.
That friction as it, yes.
Are most tennis courts concrete? I mean, my neighborhood one is concrete, but like at the professional level, do they play on concrete or AstroTurf kind of stuff?
I've only seen concrete, but I couldn't tell you. Okay.
Friction. I like it. Very nice. That's a good answer. Appreciate that. We don't want to Google everything. We want to hear it from experts.
I'm totally going to Google it after this.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm so curious now.
A couple more things. I want to know what's in the future for you and Language Hack and your projects. More Platzi. What's in your future?
So more Platzi, that's to be determined. But the course has just launched. So if you are interested in watching that episodic course series type of thing, please go check it out at platzi.com/KiraSage. Also, what's in the works is a relationship with VEI, that's VEI. They're a course creation platform for content creators like us. So I'll be uploading a course there, and there'll be some cross-promotional activities there. So I'll
Great.
probably be acting as a brand ambassador. We'll see.
That's fantastic.
And I guess the last one would be my short eye guide. I've been releasing that as just kind of like a buddy to go workout system, just like you would like, okay, here's your pack for your 6-pack abs in 90 days or something like that. It'd be the same thing, but just for your short eye instead of other
Love
things
it.
you can do in pronunciation. So that's on sale right now on just languagehack.co, and you can find that there. And those are all the things that are currently offering. For the future, I just became vice chair of a nonprofit. And so, yay!
Wow.
We help teachers have accessible professional development of English language teachers, because sometimes science is taught in English outside of English speaking countries. So how do you teach a subject when English is your second language? So those are the types of teachers that we help with this organization. And now that I'm stepping in as vice president, it's really like, okay, how do we make this business work? It's still a nonprofit, but it's still a business. And so I'm excited to really get more organizational leadership over some of the processes there, and to work together with the chair to make those changes happen.
Incredible. You're very busy already. And now these new projects are going to keep you busy. So I hope you'll take care of yourself, as well as managing your friendships and your hobbies and so on. Take care of your health, because it's the foundation for all the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. I will.
Before we leave, I want to invite you to share with our viewers, many of whom are English teachers, but many of whom are also learners. So let's focus on the learners. I'd like you to offer them 3 tips, for general tips or specific tips for getting better at English. What can they do to improve their English? I'm often asked that on my show. Teacher, how can I improve my English? And it seems so large a question, I can't answer it. Certainly not within the framework of a show about grammar analysis. So I'm going to invite you to offer 3 tips to our viewers. What 3 things can they do, Kira, to improve their English?
Ooh, all right. If we're at the beginner level of a language, then just use it. Even if you only have 2 types of sentences, you can say a lot with that long vocabulary list that you have. So just construct as much as you can. As you get into the intermediate level, this is where you need to get obsessed. You have a lot of language under your belt if you're intermediate. So this is when you get obsessed with something, whether it's a TV show, a podcast, a song, a particular artist. Get obsessed with it and immerse yourself even more, because this is the part where you get more expressions, and you're at that point as an intermediate level to pick and choose. Advanced learners, now we have to make a habit out of it. You're too good. You can't take a class anymore. You can't watch that YouTube video. I mean, you could, but it's all that stuff you've already learned. You can't find the education you need online. You could get a tutor. That's great. And you can get a language coach. That's even better. But you need to make some type of habit, whether that is going to a meetup group, or there's a particular gym where they do it in whatever language. But this is where it's use it or lose it, because you're so advanced. Find friends, find a coach, but find a way to make it a habit so you have it forever.
You heard it, everybody. 3 tips, 1 for each level, general level of English development. Beginners, intermediates, and advanced. You're all covered. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and insight. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everything that you've shared with us on the show today. I really appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have you here on Hardboiled English Live, Kira.
Thank you so much for having me and taking the time to ask me all these great questions.
Well, you're welcome. Absolutely. It's been wonderful. And it's long overdue. I've wanted to have you on the show for a long time, and I'm so happy we were able to do it finally.
Yes, finally. And hopefully I can get one of these Fridays off to do it live with you.
That would be great. You're always welcome. I recently changed the time of the show from 6 p.m. Pacific time to 3 p.m., hoping that it would be more of a sweet spot, especially for the South American viewers, because that puts it during our daylight savings times, that puts it at 8 o'clock for them, whereas before it was 10, 11 p.m.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's better for you or worse, but until the springtime, it's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific.
Okay. I will
So-
message you about that.
Great. And good luck with all the things you're doing, all the new projects, all the existing projects. And we'll get all your links down in the description box. But where's the main place they can find you, the viewers, if they want to follow you or watch you or connect with you?
Just like my Instagram handle, www.languagehack.co.
Okay.
And
Okay.
.co, not .com.
.co. I've made the mistake once. I went
Yes.
some other strange thing.
Oh, no.
.co. Yeah.
Yeah, C-O.
Wrong rabbit hole I went down.
Uh-oh.
Thank you again, Kira. And I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks again and take care. Best of luck with all the things you're working on.
It was great chatting with you. Hope to chat again soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool. Now we have to investigate some questions, okay? So I'm going to go to our captions and bring up a couple of questions that were asked of me earlier. Someone asked me this question. Oh, where is it now? Which sentence is correct? I saw him on the beach, or I saw him in the beach. Which one's correct? What do you think, first of all? Which one is correct? I saw him on the beach, or I saw him in the beach. What do you think? Let me know in the comment thread. What do you think is the correct sentence? On the beach. Okay, Tika. Chris says the quiz was challenging. Okay. Two. Meaning the second one, right? I saw him on the beach. I saw him on the beach. Yeah. This is a great question, and it relates to one of the worst parts about English that people really struggle with, which is prepositions. Now, I don't want to spend the whole show talking about prepositions, and here's why. My first guest, I believe next week, he and I are going to do a whole show about prepositions. He's an English teacher in Brazil, and in Brazil, English learners struggle a lot with prepositions. So we're going to devote a whole show to reviewing preposition use and look at some of the preposition problems. But today, we'll just look at this sentence and we'll examine this, okay? I saw him on the beach, or I saw him in the beach. Okay, good. Everyone's got some good ideas here. Let's dig deeper. The simple answer is, which one is correct? Well, they're both correct. You can say, I saw him on the beach. I saw him in the beach. They're both correct grammatically. They have a subject, I. They have a verb, saw. They have an object, him. They have a prepositional phrase, on the beach, in the beach, telling us where something happened. So actually, prepositional phrase using as an adverb to tell us where you saw. But what does the difference of the prepositions? Well, I've said this many times on the show. In should always be thought of as something in a container. For example, my pens. Let me just take this caption off the board. So the question is, which is correct? I saw him on the beach or I saw him in the beach. The sentences are identical except for the preposition in and on. Okay, so what's the difference? Well, the difference is what the preposition communicates. Believe it or not, prepositions, although they are a grammatical connector, they also express meaning. They express relationships in space, 3 dimensions, between objects. And I always tell people to think of in as being something, a noun, in another noun, in a container of some kind. The pens are in the glass, in the cup, in the jar, whatever that is. I am in my studio, right? The studio is all around me. There's a ceiling, there's a floor, there are walls. It surrounds me, just like the pen is in the container and the glass surrounds the pen. So what does in the beach mean? Well, that means that I saw him and he was in the beach and the beach surrounded him. The beach was a container. Now that's grammatically possible. But what does it mean? Well, this is what it means. Let me show you. Where's my little photograph? So if I say I saw him in the beach, this is what I'm telling you. Right now he is in the beach. Just like the pens are in the cup. The beach is a container and he's in it. So it is possible to say, I saw him in the beach. That's perfect grammar. But that's the meaning. I saw him in the beach. Now, is that possible? Sure. When I was a kid, we often played this buried in the sand game at the beach. This is possible. It's probably not common. But if you say, I saw him in the beach, that's what you're communicating. So what about on the beach? Well, whenever we say that something is on something else, we are talking about a surface. So for example, if I find a book, the book is a flat surface, right? And I can put the pen on the surface, right? And a beach, in some sense, can be a flat surface, right? You can have a beach, that's a flat surface. So what does it mean when you say on the beach? Well, it means something like this, right? On the beach. So some people would say, I'm on my house, or I'm on my home. That's not commonly said because it would mean something like this. Here's your home, right? Windows, windows, windows. Now that's like a box. A house is like a box. So if you say I'm on my home, it kind of means like this. You're on the top of your home. So is that correct grammar? Yes, but that's the meaning you're communicating, right? I'll give you another example. Someone asked me the other day, which one is correct? In the bed, right? In the bed, or in bed, or on the bed. Like I am, or I am on the bed. They ask me which one is correct. Well, the answer is they're all correct. They're all perfectly grammatical and correct. But they mean something different. So what does it mean to be in the bed? And what does it mean to be on the bed? There's a difference. So let's look at another photo. Right? So in this photo, we can see the children are playing on the bed. The bed is a surface, and the children are on it, just like this, just like the beach, right? This is the bed. So the bed we can think of as a surface, right? The children are on the bed. The parents, however, are not on the surface, because the bed, although it's a flat surface, it can also be a container, like this. You can be in the bed if you're under the covers, if you're snuggled up inside the container of the bed, right? So we can see that the children are on the bed, but the parents are in the bed, right? So both sentences are correct, but they communicate something different, okay? So sometimes when we ask the question, which one is correct? The answer is quite simply, they're both correct, but they communicate different ideas, right? So let's see what you guys thought of that. In the beach is in the water. On the beach, on the sand. So that's a good way of thinking, Chris. However, if I say in the beach, it's not the water. You'd have to say in the water, or in the waves, or in the ocean, right? Or in the lake. The beach refers to the sand only. I mean, when we think of, hey mom, I'm going to the beach, we think of the beach and the water together as a place. That's a different kind of idea. But we can say in the beach if we mean the guy is buried in the sand, because the beach is made of the sand, right? Yeah, so you're not far off, because the beach is an open area, so usually we are on the beach. But we can't say that in the beach is incorrect, because it is possible to say it. It just does not mean this, right? It means this. So preposition difference often doesn't mean it's correct or incorrect grammar. It just means you're communicating something different, and maybe something a bit weird, like on the house. By the way, when I was a kid, my father didn't like heights. So sometimes he would put a ladder up on the house and ask me to go up and clean it. So I was actually on the house, cleaning the autumn leaves or something. So I've been on the house. It is possible. It's just not common. On the beach is probably more common, or at the beach. Generally, when you say at the beach, you're talking about the location compared to the city or the area. No enclosed space within. Was he drowned? Well, he could drown in the water, but he can also be in the sand, right? As this picture shows us. Now, you and I might usually not choose to go in the sand, in the beach, but it's possible. Because if this is physically possible in the world, we need language to describe it. So if you showed me this picture and asked me to describe it, I have to say, oh, that guy is in the beach, right? I can also elaborate and say he is buried in the sand of the beach, but I can definitely say he's in the beach. But that's what it means. That is what it means, and that's pretty unusual and a little weird, but it doesn't mean it's grammatically incorrect. Yes, in bed means under the blankets, right? And once you're under the blankets, the whole bed becomes a kind of container, right? You're in it. It surrounds you, just like my room or this glass surrounds the pens. Hello, Coach Danny Stone. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to have you with us. Looking forward to talking with you soon. Who's with us also? We have Riri. Finally, welcome to the show, Riri. I'm glad you made it. You're welcome, Chris. Okay, so hopefully that explains that. We're going to move on to another question. So I'm just going to clear the board if you'll give me a moment. Using my trusty whiteboard spray, which you can purchase for your whiteboard if you're a teacher and have a whiteboard in your home, like I do. Down below in the description box is a link to buy your own Expo Whiteboard Care spray. This spray is really useful because it dries very quickly. So after I spray it, the board's ready to write on. Okay, here we go. Another question. Okay, somebody asked me to explain the difference between then and than. They sound the same, right? Then, 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 then. They sound the same, like a lot of words in English. This is one of the reasons I always say to students, if you want to learn English really well, you have to read. I don't care if you don't like to read. You have to read. Why? That's how native speakers learn the language. Unfortunately, doesn't make it easy. It's not a great language this way, but a lot of English is irregular, and the spelling does not match the pronunciation. So if you learn English only by listening and talking, you'll never see the different spellings. And so words like then and than seem like they're the same. If you see it, and you can see the structure, you can start to understand the difference. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples here of how we use this. I went to the beach. Okay? So what do we have here? We have two sentences, okay? The first one has a subject, I. It has a verb, went. It has a preposition. And by the way, for those of you who are new to my show, you will see me do this a lot. And I think this is important because these expressions, subject, verb, preposition, object, they may sound like they're just for quizzes or teachers, but they help us talk about what we see, right? And what's in a sentence, what parts of speech, what kind of words we're seeing. And that will help you understand the meaning, okay? I went to, and then we have an object, the beach, right? Over here, then we have a period, which is important. Then we have our word then. Then we have another subject, another verb, and another object. This is like a little story. This is what we might call a narrative, a story. And usually in stories, not always, but usually, it's a good way to think of it, especially when you're writing a story or telling a story. Things happen in an order of time. I was born in Canada. I was a little boy. I went to high school. I graduated high school. I got a job. That's my life story in order of time. This also is in order of time. Which happened first? Well, I went to the beach. That's the first thing. Then I saw him. The word then tells us that this sentence happened after this. I went to the beach. I saw him. Which happened first? If we don't have this word, I went to the beach. I saw him. They could be happening at the same time. I went to the beach and saw him. Two actions at the same time. I went to the beach and saw him and said hello and we swam. All of that sounds like it's happening at the same time. But if you want to show the time order, use then. I went to the beach, period. Then I saw him. I was born in Canada. Then I went to school. Then I went to high school. Then I graduated. Then I got a job. Then I became an old man and a teacher. And here I am. So then helps us know the next action, the next thing that happened. Okay? T-H-E-N. Then. That's how we use it. Now there are other positions we can use it. We could even say, I went to the beach. I saw him then. Okay? All of that is possible. But today we're focusing on the difference between then and than. So then is a time expression. Okay? A time adverb, if you need to know. It tells us when this action happened. This action happened after that one. Okay, what about than? Than is a comparative. Okay? This is not a comparative. We're not comparing beach and saw him. We're showing two actions in time order. But we like to compare things. For example, this rabbit is bigger than this rabbit. This rabbit is bigger than this rabbit. That's a comparative English grammar structure. Comparative. So let's write that. Let's say the white bunny is bigger. This is the comparative adjective, bigger. It's not just big, it's bigger than, with the A, than the yellow bunny. Okay? So in this sentence, it's one sentence, but we are comparing the white bunny and the yellow bunny. So when you use adjectives in their comparative form, bigger, smaller, larger, older, younger, whiter, yellower, more yellow. When we use the comparative adjective, we need this. This is like a seesaw. It's like the joint in the middle, right? This white bunny is bigger than this one. Sorry. The white bunny is bigger than the yellow bunny. We could also say the yellow bunny is smaller than the white bunny. So than is used to compare two things, right? This ball, a baseball, this white baseball is smaller than the basketball, right? Or we can say the basketball is larger than the baseball, right? Comparative. Comparing one object with another object. Using a comparative adjective and the word than. That's really different than, I just did it again. It's really different than a time sequencer, right? You can see the difference. Big difference. So hopefully that clears that one up. Any questions about that? We have some friends with us. We have Riri is with us and her friend Anna Maria. You have a whiteboard, yes. Well, if you do, I highly recommend using Expo Whiteboard Care. This is a fantastic cleaner because you spray it on and wipe it, and almost immediately it dries and you can write. So if you're doing a lesson and you spray, you don't have to wait for the whiteboard to dry like some cleaners that I've used. And it takes off the whiteboard marker. So if you're interested, you can, there's an Amazon link below that will take you right to that product. I buy a huge jug of it and put it in my own spray bottle. But fantastic product. Yeah, this is a really good point, Les Study. A lot of people think of prepositions that they're attached to a certain word, because a lot of textbooks will give you tips like on. On always works with depends. It depends on. Now that's true. Depends on is a phrasal verb. They always work together. But that's not really the best way to learn prepositions, I think, because prepositions are always in front of nouns. Even if you say depends on, the next word is going to be a noun form of some kind. It depends on the time. It depends on you. Prepositions always come before nouns. That is their function, to connect nouns to other things. So to understand the logic of prepositions, it's important to understand what they communicate, right? What they communicate in terms of the relationships between nouns and other nouns, especially in space, right? The pens are in the cup. This is above the cup. This is under the cup. This is beside the cup, close to the cup, on my hand, on the board, right? The board is a flat surface, so things are on it. And sometimes they can be in it. It's possible. It depends on the object. As we saw with the bed is a flat surface and the children are on it, but it is also possible to be in the bed. Why? It's not because of the preposition, it's because of the bed. The bed is a certain kind of object that you can be on and you can be in. Just like the house, right? Yes, mostly we say I'm in the house, right? Warm and cozy on a cold day. Mostly we would say that. It's more common. Doesn't mean it's correct and on the house is incorrect. Commonness, commonality doesn't mean correctness. It's possible to say in the house. It's also possible to say on the house, right? It is, but that's what you're communicating. And that might be weird, right? But it also might be possible. So it's not a question of this grammar's right and this one's wrong. Not always. More often, it's a question of what the heck are you communicating with that choice of preposition. So I'm glad you're getting the hang of it. And like I said, I think it's next week or the next week, we have a whole show planned just for prepositions with lots of great questions about prepositions. So please join us for that show. Okay? I think I have time for one more question. So let me pull it up. Where is it now? By the way, let me remind you of this. If you want, you can contribute a video to this show and I'll use it on the show. So you can ask me questions in the chat box, of course, but you can also make a little video with your phone asking me a question. And then I'll put the video on the show and that will be like our question of the day. So if you want to do that, you can send it to me on, I think on WhatsApp or other social media, or you can just email it to hardboiledenglish6@gmail.com. And then I'll feature your video on the show. Some people don't want to do that because they're shy. I understand, no problem. But if you want to participate in the show and you want to see yourself on the live stream, send me a video question. And by the way, if you're watching on Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter or Twitch or Livespace, you might also want to go to my YouTube channel, The Grammar Detective, and subscribe, because that's where you'll see the recordings of this show, all the past recordings of 3.5 years of live stream, plus all my other videos, such as my web series, which is called, where is it now? Gosh, where's my graphic? English Weirdness. English Weirdness is a long-form video series that I made with my students. They act in it. Some of them did cartoon illustrations for it. One of them operated the camera. I wrote it and directed it. And I'm very proud of my students who made this with me. It's a great series, I believe. And each episode explains a really common and confusing English grammar problem. So you can find that on my YouTube channel only. Okay, I think that's all the time I have. Oh, I want to say hello to a couple of people here. We have Guy. Guy is here. I haven't seen you in a while, Guy. Long time no see. Thank you for coming back. I think Guy is in Argentina, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Guy, but great to have you with us. Paul, please show the spray slowly. Okay, like this. How's that, Guy? Expo Whiteboard Care for your whiteboard care needs. Okay, Expo Whiteboard Care. Below in the description box, you'll find an Amazon link and you can buy your own Expo Whiteboard Care. You can buy this bottle, you can buy 6-pack of these bottles, you can buy a big 4-liter container, which is what I do. Is that, got it, Guy? Are we good? Okay, so Guy says he's on the house. Now, he says he's on the house cooking something. Is that correct? Guy? Are you sure you're doing that? Because if you are, that's quite an achievement. That's quite a feat. Let's see what that looks like. I'm on the house cooking something. So here's Guy's house. There's the door, the windows, and there's the roof. And let's assume there's a ladder. And here's Guy. Guy's happy. He's on the house. And he's cooking something. Probably barbecue. Right? So Guy has a barbecue here. He's got some steak or meat or I'm not sure how you like to eat your meat, but if you're from Argentina, I'm pretty sure you're into barbecue. So Guy is on the house cooking something. Is that grammar correct? Yeah, the grammar is fine, but that's the meaning. Now, is that okay? Well, it's unusual, but it's possible, right? Some people even have a house, I guess it depends on your climate, but some people have a house with a flat roof and a patio where they can barbecue and have parties on the house. Perfectly possible, right? I play ball than Riri. Okay, this is almost correct, but you need an adjective. I can play ball better, slower, worse. You need a comparative adjective right here. I play ball better, right? Worse than Riri. So when we use than, we need a comparative adjective. Yeah, so Guy is on the house. I use a chamois for whiteboard erasing. Good. Does it work well? Ah, yes, Guy is from Costa Rica. So Guy, do you have a flat house like this? I know in Canada, because we have snow and rain, a flat house isn't very effective. The snow would smash the house in. But maybe in a hot country like Costa Rica, you have flat roof. And then you could easily barbecue on the house. We have Ruma with us. Welcome, Ruma. Thank you for joining us. Although we're just about to wrap up and finish. So Muffer says in the house. Yeah, that's perfectly possible too. Usually, Muffer, people cook in the house. I mean, I cook in the house. I don't cook on the house. But it's possible. If that's what you're doing, you need to say on the house. But if you're cooking here, right, and you have a stove and you have pots, I'm a terrible artist. But if you're cooking on your stove here, then you're cooking in the house because the house is around you. You are contained in the house. Oh, thank you, Didi. I do like the product. They don't pay me or anything. I just like it and I'm happy to share with people. I've tried lots of different things on the whiteboard and that cleans it the best and the quickest. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to be back with you again for season 4 of Hard Boiled English Live. Oh, joining us now is Jonas. Yes, I am just about to finish, Jonas. Jonas in Morocco. Thanks for joining us, Jonas. Yes, I have to get going, guys. This has been the first show of season 4. More to come. Every Friday, 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's my time. And yeah, on the rooftop. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it's possible, right? So it's not a matter of correct preposition in or on. They're both possible. They just communicate different things, right? On the beach, in the beach, it's also perfect grammar, but it's a different idea. You're communicating a different situation, a different relationship between the noun him and the noun beach, right? A relationship in physical space. You're on the beach or you're in the beach. This is how prepositions work. You're welcome, Chris. It's great to have you back. It's great to be back with you. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll be back next Friday, 4 p.m. Pacific time, as I mentioned. Don't worry, Jonas. You can see the recording on YouTube. I'll post it first thing in the morning tomorrow. I'll be back Friday. And I believe next week will be our preposition show. So we'll talk more about things like this. We'll talk about the questions like, why do we say on the airplane or on the bus? Why do we say that, teacher? We'll talk about all that stuff on our preposition show and hopefully clear up those mysteries for you. Okay? So thank you for watching, everyone. And I look forward to seeing you next week. And until I do, I want you to take care of yourself, stay healthy. I want you to keep learning English, keep thinking about grammar. Grammar is important. Keep thinking about questions you want to ask. Think about what confuses you. Think about what you've learned that still makes no sense to you. Think about these as your English mysteries. And until I see you again next time, I want you to, as always, stay cool. Wherever you're watching from, welcome to the show. Now, to start with, what I'd love is to hear from you guys. I want to hear where you're watching from, and I want to know your name. So, please say hello in the comment thread and tell me what country you're watching from. I see Sleepwalker is with us. I see Zaza is with us. I see Jonas is with us. I see Pallavi here. I see Learn English with Mask Girl here. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thanks for joining so early. Who else is with us? By the way, if you are watching from a Facebook group, we won't see your name. We'll just see Facebook user, which is fine, but that's why I'd love it if you told me your name. So Learn English with Mask Girl is from India. We have Sleepwalker from Russia. We have Zahara from Morocco. Welcome. We have LinkedIn user from Germany. Welcome. LinkedIn user from Germany. What is your name? I don't see it here. I just see LinkedIn user. We have Ana Maria here, and I think Ana Maria might be from Colombia. I'm not sure. We have Solomon from Ghana. We have Roni from Bangladesh. We have Yaya from Gambia. Great. Welcome to the show, guys. Thank you for joining me. I can't thank you enough for joining me, for taking time out of your busy day or evening, wherever you are in the country, to join me here. Okay, on LinkedIn we have Inga. Welcome, Inga. Thanks for joining us here. We have Rupkaya. Welcome. Ana Maria. Yes, Colombia. Great. We have Wako. Wako's from Japan. Hello, Wako. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Good turnout today, guys. Lots of return viewers, and some of you might be new to the show. If you are new to the show, let me just explain a little bit about what we do here and who I am. So I am an English instructor and private language coach. By the way, if you guys need private lessons, you can contact me. My connections are down below on social media, and we can perhaps work together. Now, this show is based really around my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, you can find all the recorded episodes of the live show. You can also find my web series, which is called English Weirdness. English Weirdness is a show, it's a web series that I made with my students. And on the series, we discuss and investigate specific grammar problems that really cause problems for students in communication. And we use little dramas, we have animations, and in-depth analysis of the grammar issues that cause us trouble. If you're interested in writing, guys, I also co-host a podcast, called the Trouble with Writing podcast. I co-host this with my friends Phil and Pete, Peter, Paul, and Phil. And we discuss all kinds of topics related to writing. Now, you can find that on my YouTube channel as well, and Spotify in the audio and video versions. So please check that out. So that's a little bit about me. Of course, you can always find information about me on my main website, hardboiledenglish.com. There you can find connections to my video. You can find connections to merchandise products like the Grammar Detective coffee cup. We have Grammar Detective t-shirts, Hard-Boiled English t-shirts, all kinds of products there. And you can contact me if you want to work together privately. So that's a little bit about me. And about this show, basically it's usually pretty simple. You ask me grammar questions and I'll answer them right here on the board live. Now, sometimes I bring guests on. Today there is no guest. Next week I've got a very special guest, an English teacher from India. And he's going to share with us some of his journeys. But that's next week. This week, it's just your time, your questions. So what I'd love is for you to put your questions in the chat box, and I'll get to them as soon as I can. Did I miss saying hello to anyone? If I have missed you, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I did. I missed my friend from Sri Lanka. Now, I'm going to mispronounce this name, but allow me to try. Vijayashinge? Hopefully I got that correct. We also have Nelson with us. Nelson is in Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful country. I've been to Colombia and very much enjoyed it. Okay, so Vijayashinge, Sanat Vijayashinge, is that your name? I'm not sure. How's my pronunciation? Good question, Sleepwalker. Some of them have YouTube channels, some of them do not. Some of them work at language schools, maybe in Canada or another country. All kinds of different educators have been on this show. But here's something you may not know. Not all of my guests are teachers. Some of them are students. I've had several of my own students and several other language students that are doing interesting things with their English. So I'm interested in meeting people involved with English language learning and teaching. So I try to get a wide variety of guests. One thing I think is really valuable when you guys see a learner on my show is that you get to hear their story and their challenges and struggles, which all language learners go through. So I want to share the idea that if that person can get their English developed to a high level, so can you. And that's one of the reasons I like to have student guests. Sanat Vijayashinge. Great, it's a lovely name. Now, I know a few expressions in Tamil. One of them I think is Nalawalka, which I think means how are you? I'm not sure. I had a Tamil speaking friend a long time ago. Nalawalka maybe means how are you or thank you. I can't remember. Perhaps you can clarify for me. Great. So guys, I want you to start thinking about your grammar questions, okay? And I have one already from Jonas, who started the show. Now, Jonas, I'm not exactly sure what your question is, so I need your help clarifying this. So Jonas says, I can understand sufficiently a person who speaks English, but when I try to speak, I get stuck. First of all, Jonas, that's that's normal. That's natural. It's part of the learning process. Speaking and writing are the productive parts of language. It's when you have to produce the language, not listen to it or read it and interpret it. So this is sort of the biggest challenge, is using the language. It's a normal part of the process to struggle to speak or to write. So be patient. It takes time, okay? But it's totally normal to experience that. It's completely understandable. Jonas also says, I'll give an example so you can understand the issue. For example, when you say these words, uncomfortable and discomfort, I know exactly what you mean. Possibly because we say those in a sentence, right? Let's come back to that. Jonas also says, that's listening. It's okay.
But when it comes to speaking, I could say, for example, discomfortable or uncomfort by mistake, as both prefixes mean dis and un mean the opposite of the word. So I think what you're suggesting here is that dis, and un take the word and make it opposite, meaning it makes it negative, right? We have prefixes like dis and un that indicate that the stem word now is the negative version. So comfortable or comfort becomes the negative, not comfortable, not comfort. But in this example, Jonas, I want you to pay attention also to the part of speech or the word form. Uncomfortable is an adjective, right? I feel uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable. That's an uncomfortable chair. Comfort is a noun. Discomfort is a noun. So they appear in different parts of the sentences because they're different forms of the meaning. That's something to pay attention to. That aspect of grammar, parts of speech, affects how you use it. It affects the prefix dis or un, and it affects the meaning that you're expressing. So when you're learning these words, pay attention not just to the definition, right? Use your dictionary and understand the definition, understand the part of speech that the word is. Sometimes it's either an adjective, say, or a verb. Sometimes it could be both. You need to adopt that into your learning as well, and that may help you choose the right word when it comes time to speak. I think that's what you're talking about here, Jonas, is that when it comes time to speak, you're selecting the wrong word or a combination of it. And as I said, part of that is normal. Part of it is normal to experience that kind of confusion as you pull the words up from your memory and express them. It takes time. It takes time for native speakers to do this. When we're children, we're going to do the same thing, discomfortable or uncomfort, right? It takes time, it takes practice, it takes feedback. So you have to be patient with yourself, right? And yes, there are numerous examples. Okay, so are there hidden rules? Yes, there are, and they're hidden in the dictionary, as I said. The rules are related to the part of speech that a word occupies, right? If it's an adjective, it's going to behave a certain way. It's going to be in a certain position in your sentence. If it's a noun, it's going to occupy, for example, the subject position or the object position. You have to pay attention to that. You have to know the word, what part of speech the word you are using is occupying. Okay, so these are all components to learning, right? Let me see here. I think I missed another question. Hello, Paul. Hello, mates. I hope you're doing, missing a G there, doing well. Great. Yes, I'm doing very well, thank you. I just recorded, moments earlier, I recorded our newest episode of the Trouble with Writing podcast. As I said, if you're interested in learning tips about writing or hearing a really interesting discussion between me and my two co-hosts, both fantastic language coaches. One of them specializes in working with creative writers and content writers, and another specializes in working with journalists. And we share lots of writing tips for our learners. So check that out, Trouble with Writing podcast. We just recorded our latest episode, and I think it's going to be very insightful and helpful for you guys. Let me see. I think I missed a question. Oh, I want to say hello to Luza. Welcome, Luza. And Luza is in Colombia? Yeah, Colombia. Okay, I think I answered this question. Sleepwalker, did I? Yeah. They have YouTube channels. Not all of them. Some of them do. Some of them don't even work on social media or online. I try to have a wide variety of guests. Okay, I want to say hello to Phil Charter. Phil Charter is my co-host on the Trouble with Writing podcast. He does have a YouTube channel and an excellent presence online, including especially LinkedIn. So if you're interested in his courses, he sells books, all kinds of materials. He provides daily posts with really helpful tips and insights. So check out Phil Charter on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. I think he's on TikTok, but look for Phil Charter, the writing coach. Okay, and Phil has a grammar question. Should we use a comma before and? If so, when? Great question. The answer is yes and no. It depends what you're connecting. So as some of you may know, and is a conjunction. It's a coordinating conjunction. So its job is to join two independent clauses. I think I have independent clauses here. Let's say independent clause, independent clause. So what the hell is an independent clause? Well, an independent clause has three elements. It has a subject and a verb, subject and a verb, but it's also a complete idea. It has to fit all three criteria. Subject, verb, and must form a complete idea. There are other things like dependent clauses that have a subject and a verb, but they don't communicate a complete idea. So let me just get out of this costume and we'll have a look at this. We'll break it down. And in the middle here, we're going to put our conjunctions. Okay, and these are words like for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. They connect independent clause with an independent clause. So let me give you an example. I run. Now, this is a very simple clause. I run. It's my hobby. It's also a complete idea. So it's very small and simple, but it is complete. So let's make something a little more complex. I eat pizza. So here we're going to put an object as well. Okay, that's a complete idea. I eat pizza. Let's make another independent clause. For example, well, let's go back to our I run. So I run, that's my exercise, and I eat pizza, that's my dining hobby. Okay, now normally these would be two separate sentences. Full stop, period, period. But if we want to connect them into one larger idea, we can do so using conjunctions. So for example, let's use and. I want to connect two ideas. I eat pizza and I run. Those are two things that I do often, okay? In this case, we want a comma. We want a comma because we are connecting two distinct ideas. They're separate grammatically and they're separate semantically, which means they express different meanings, different ideas. But we want to connect them into one large idea, which is, I eat pizza, but don't worry, I don't get fat because I run. Okay, so the ideas are now related into a larger idea using the coordinating conjunction that coordinates this idea with this idea. Need a comma. By the way, if you want to remember the coordinating conjunctions, we have a little tip we call fanboys. Using the first letter, for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. Fanboys. They require a comma. But that's not the only place we use a word like and. Sometimes we can join two subjects. For example, my wife and I eat pizza and we run. So now we have two subjects forming a double subject, my wife and I. In this case, no comma. Now, we could also have a double object. My wife and I eat pizza and
sushi, pizza and sushi, comma, and we run. So we have a double subject and a double object, no comma, and so on. You could even have two verbs. We eat and cook pizza. Let's say eat, running out of room here, and we eat, my wife and I eat and cook pizza and sushi. None of these gets a comma. So in answer to your question, Phil, and there are some other uses and other variations here, but the answer to the question is yes, we put a comma in front of and if it's operating as a coordinating conjunction joining independent clause and independent clause. If it's connecting two subjects, two verbs, or two objects, you don't need to. And that also goes for things like phrases, prepositional phrases, like we run in the park and on the grass. Prepositional phrases of location. In the park and on the grass. You don't need a comma there either. Okay? So, by the way, guys, this also points to the fact of how important punctuation is. Punctuation is crucial in writing because it needs to communicate grammatical differences and separations or connections. It also needs to communicate separation between ideas. So, got to learn punctuation. Hopefully that answers your question, Phil. Thank you for asking it. Okay, so I'm going to erase the board, and we have a new question here from Nelson. Let's just make some room to answer this next question. So Nelson wants to know the difference between leap, hop, jump, and skit. Nelson, I think you mean skip, S-K-I-P. Well, there are some similarities here. Let's get that out of the way first. All of them involve a movement of up and across, or up and down. They all involve, let's say with humans, using your thigh muscles predominantly, the upper leg, and other muscles, but predominantly your thigh, to push yourself into the air. Okay. Leap. Let's say we have Nelson standing here. And Nelson is going to use his thigh muscles and his calf muscles to go into the air. Sorry, the marker is a little dim. Okay, he's going to elevate into the air, off the ground. There's several ways he can do that. Jump. Let's start with the basic. This action is jump, right? Use your legs to push yourself into the air, jump. Now, depending how strong your legs are and your other muscles and how well and fluidly you can lift yourself, you might jump a few centimeters, or you might jump really high, right? Think about basketball players. Michael Jordan could jump really high off the ground. I'm getting old, even though I used to play basketball, maybe I can jump a few centimeters off the ground. Plus I just had knee surgery, so we're talking maybe a centimeter, I don't know. So this basic action is jump, and you can apply it to vertical, but also horizontal jump. For example, in the Olympics, you see the long jumpers. So they don't just stand and go up, they add some running, so that when they go up, they also go far. Right? So they're going to run and then leap into the air and go far. So I've just used the word leap. Leap and jump are basically the same, but leap implies higher and farther movement. So let's say, yeah, I could jump, right? I could jump. Michael Jordan could leap. He could leap very high. In fact, in the basketball world, they call that leaping ability or vertical leap, and it's measurable. In the Olympics, this is called the long jump. So leap and jump are basically the same, but leap maybe implies a little further, a little farther movement or a little higher jump. Okay. Hop. Hop is also a kind of jump, but hop sort of implies one leg. Right? So hopping on one leg. It might also imply a smaller distance from the ground. So maybe down here is like a hop. Think of rabbits, bunnies, they hop, right? My grammar bunny assistant here might hop, right? Little short, staccato, bouncy movements, hop. Think about hip hop music. The origins of hip hop are connected with break dancing. In the 1980s, when I was growing up, hip hop music and break dancing and DJing were all connected, and the break dancers often hopped, jumped in little movements, or spun and jumped onto the ground. Skip really implies skipping over something else. Right? If you're jumping over something else, we might call that skipping. And usually not very far and not very high. So if you think about a boxer or children in a playground skipping rope, their feet are not coming off the ground very far. Just enough to get the rope under it for another loop, another circle, right? So your feet are going off the ground quickly and a short distance. That's skipping. Or also there's a kind of a skipping you can do, one leg, the other leg, the other leg, and you're just jumping off the ground a little bit. That's skipping. Okay? And we also use the word skip metaphorically when we talk about postponing or canceling something but doing it at a later time. For example, I work with private students. We have a scheduled meeting, but sometimes because they have a business meeting or a family event, we will skip the meeting on the calendar. It means we will not have a class today. We will skip over that and go to the next meeting on the calendar. So skipping implies going over something, short movements, or in the use of time and calendar and schedule, missing something. So we're going to pass this date, skip over it, and not have a class on that day. We'll see you next week. Okay? Hopefully that answers your question, Nelson. That's really interesting. But don't forget, when you hear words that are sort of similar to you, and you're not sure the difference could be grammatical, could be a different part of speech, could be semantic, it could be a different meaning. Go to the dictionary. Check it out. Each synonym will be explained in a slightly different way because they mean slightly different things. Okay? Let's see what else we have here. Okay. This is a great question, so I'm going to clear the board and make room because we will need a little time for this. So the question here is the word vacation. Is it countable or uncountable? Well, again, if you're not sure which a word is, you can always go to the dictionary. Let's check this out. So in English, vacation can be a noun, countable noun. You can have one vacation. You can have two vacations. It can also be used as a verb, right? You can vacation in Canada, right? It can also be used as an adverb or a prepositional phrase like this. She is on vacation. So this is a compliment, right? This is telling us about where she is. It's not really a place, it's a circumstance. So it's kind of adverbial because it's kind of describing her state of being at a particular time. So one way to find out if a word is countable or not is just check the dictionary. It will always say C, / or N. Countable, not countable, or even a U, uncountable. But I'm going to tell you a little tip. If I have my... I think I do not have... Oh, maybe I do. Yes, I do. Okay. First of all, countability is only related to nouns. So that's where we start. So how do you know if a noun is countable or uncountable? If it's countable, usually you can use the logic of reality. If you can see two separate objects, it's probably countable. Like pen, I see a pen. In reality, I actually see two of them. So therefore, the noun that represents these objects is probably countable, right? I can see more than one. I can take more than one vacation. I can take one vacation in January and one vacation in August in reality. So those vacations, probably countable. Things like air. If I look around me and see air, can't really see it, but I know it exists, I don't see more than one air. It's just sort of everywhere. Same with water. Water is in the ocean, which is close to my home. It's in my cup. It's also in my body. It's also in the air. I mean, at the molecular scientific level, water is everywhere. So I don't see one water and then another water. So in that case, a substance like that, that's kind of everywhere, it's uncountable. Information. Information is everywhere. Now I can see two items or two pieces of information, one on the computer, one in a book, so they're separated. That's countable. But I'm going to use a countable noun to represent that. Two pieces countable, of information. Now there's another little trick to determine whether a noun is countable or uncountable. Let me show you a neat little trick. This is sort of a thought experiment. Let's start with the word, the noun. If you can divide that noun into two parts, and the parts are the same. So, it's uncountable. Let me give you an example. Here I have a water bottle. Okay, one bottle, it's countable, but the water, as I said, is uncountable. Here I have a Grammar Detective cup available on the website. Here I have an English Weirdness cup. So according to my logic, the Hardboiled English Live English Weirdness cup and the Grammar Detective cup, they're clearly two different objects in reality, right? So cups are countable. We can see that they're countable. I can see more than one. But as I said, water is everywhere, including on my skin, in my body, in the air, in the nearby ocean. But the water I'm talking about here is contained and separated by a bottle. So we have some water. Let's see if it is divisible. Let's pour some water in here and some in here. So we're taking water and we're dividing it. Now the big question is, what do we have? What's in this cup? Well, in cup number 1, we have water. What's in this cup? We have water still. That's interesting, right? We took water and we divided it,
and we still have water and water. Let's put that on the board. Noun, water. We divided it, and we had water in one cup. In the other cup, we still had water. What do you think of that? That is an uncountable noun. Now, think of another uncountable noun like rice. Now, rice is made of many grains of rice, but the overall substance is called rice. If we poured rice into one container and rice into the other container, guess what we'd have? Rice and rice. That's uncountable nouns. Uncountable nouns can be divided and you have the same substance in the two pieces. Let's look at another example. What do we have here? Okay. We have a couple of Japanese monsters. I find Japanese monsters very useful when talking about grammar. What the hell are you talking about, Paul? We're talking about countable nouns. Yeah, I have two countable nouns with me. Two Japanese monsters, sorry. I have Ghidorah and I have Godzilla or Gojira in Japanese. Okay? One monster, another monster. Two objects in my hand. So I have two monsters, right? They have names. Ghidorah, Godzilla. Clearly, monsters are countable, right? And you can see that they're different. They also look different. They're distinct. Let's imagine they have a fight, like they always do in the movies. Big fight. And, you know, Ghidorah's pretty big and he's got 3 heads, so he gets the better of Godzilla. And he divides Godzilla. Now, Godzilla has been divided in the battle. Right? Now, the other monster has smashed up Godzilla, taken his head off, his body and his tail separated. So sad, because I like Godzilla. But now look what's happened. We divided water and we had water and water. Here's Godzilla, a monster, and we divided the monster into 3 parts. Let's just use 2 for now. Let's put his head back on. A little dignity. Now the monster is in 2 parts. It's been divided. Now what do we have? Do we have Godzilla and Godzilla? Is that Godzilla? No, that's a tail. Is that Godzilla? Sort of. Let's say his head's gone. Now we just have a body. This is not Godzilla. We don't divide Godzilla or a monster into monster and monster. We divided it into parts. That's different than water. So, for example, so we said this is uncountable. Uncountable nouns are divisible. Let's say countable noun. In this example, we said monster. And we tried to divide our monster. Poor guy. Poor Godzilla. We divided it and we didn't have monster and monster anymore. Now we had tail and body. This is a countable noun. Here's another example. I have a pen. I told you before, pen is countable. If I try to divide it, do I have pen and pen? No, I have pen and lid or cap. Countable nouns are not divisible. Okay? That's a little logic test you can use to determine is a noun countable or uncountable. The dictionary will tell you also, but you can do this on your own, right? Uncountable nouns are divisible into the same noun. Countable nouns are not divisible. When you break them down, you have different, distinct parts. What's another example? Well, I have a bottle. Bottle is countable because you can have more than one bottle. I could have 3 bottles. And if I try to divide it or break it down, I don't have bottle and bottle. I have lid and maybe, I don't know, bottle.
If you take your, well, let's take Mr. Potato Head. If I take Mr. Potato Head, a toy, and I break it down and try to divide it, what do I have? Well, I have arms, head, hat. You just end up breaking a countable noun, breaking it down into other countable nouns. So that's a little trick you can do to determine if a noun is uncountable or countable, right? Hopefully that helps. Here's a good question. Yeah, this is a great question. In English, English is not a pure language. It's been influenced by the different peoples that conquered England through the centuries, including the Germans, or Teutons, the French, the Romans with their Latin language, and all of this is now mixed into what we use as English. So is it important for me? It's important for me to understand, it's important for my learners to understand, because it explains a lot of inconsistencies or irregularities. We have different rules from different languages working together in English. We saw an earlier example, right? We saw uncomfortable and discomfort. And I mentioned that they both mean negative, right? They mean not comfortable, and this is not a comfort. These come from different languages. If I'm not mistaken, this is Germanic. It's a Germanic prefix that means not, and this is French. It's a French prefix that means not. So if a learner is learning a language, they're going to say, why do we have un that means not, and we have dis that means not? Well, this is the answer why. Because of the history of language, English language development and evolution. It evolved with influence from other languages. So that's one reason why it's important. Do I play with this? Sort of, yeah, absolutely. Because it's fun and interesting and helps us understand why grammar in English and vocabulary doesn't seem very consistent. Right? You learn one rule. For negative, use un. Well, teacher, what about dis? Oh, yeah. So there's a lot of irregularity in English because of this. One of the reasons English is hard to learn is because of this irregularity. So it is important to understand that, for sure. This is a great question I can answer pretty quickly. Again, I got to clear the board. And watch my step because there are dead monsters on the floor. Got to be careful with dead monsters on your floor, guys. It's always a hazard. Okay. So time information in a sentence are adverbs, right? So for example, if I said this, I ate, sorry guys, my pens are fading quickly. I ate pizza. That's the action I did, right? I ate pizza. What's your question? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? When? Oh, you use simple past. You need to have a time reference. When did you eat pizza? Well, I could say, I could give you a time information. And by the way, questions that come to your mind based on the action, like when the action happened, how it happened, where it happened, those questions are answered with adverbs because they're related to the verb. So I could start with yesterday. I ate pizza. And the yesterday tells me when the action happened. So it's an adverb. Okay? Adverbs can move around. Time adverbs, in this case yesterday, is going to refer to the entire sentence. Not only did I eat pizza yesterday, pizza also happened yesterday. The whole sentence is part of yesterday. So putting it in the front kind of covers the whole sentence until, let's say, the full stop. For the same reason, I could put it here. Full stop. Okay, it wouldn't be a capital. And I wouldn't have a full stop here. And you put the comma when the adverb comes at the beginning of a sentence because it signals that the subject is next. If you put it at the end of the sentence, it doesn't need a comma. But it still applies to the whole sentence, everything that came before it. I ate pizza yesterday. Or you could say, I ate pizza and cooked sushi yesterday. Yesterday applies to all the actions. So time adverbs generally, 99% of the time, go in the front or the back of the sentence, beginning or the end. Which one is better? They both work. Personally, if you're wondering, I like them at the beginning for two reasons. One, they answer the question right away. When did the sentence happen? Yesterday, I ate pizza. Well, in a short sentence, if it comes at the end, it doesn't matter. But if you have a long sentence, it's useful to know the time referent early. So I prefer having it at the beginning. The second reason is sentences are not alone. They're often in paragraphs. So if you're talking about another time, like last year, and you finish your sentence like, last year I was studying blah, 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 blah. Yesterday I ate pizza. This word acts as a transition from the other time we were talking about. Now we're talking about yesterday. So if you're changing from a different time reference, last year, for example, having it at the beginning of the sentence makes it a natural transition word. Now the reader knows, or the listener knows, okay, now we're not talking about last year anymore. We're now talking about yesterday, what happened yesterday. So I think it's useful to put it in the beginning. You don't have to. Grammatically, it works in both positions, right? But in terms of the distribution of information to your reader or your listener, it's useful to have it at the beginning. Now, guys, okay, Phil, great, thanks. I'm glad that that helped. Commas are very difficult. We talked about commas in front of and, joining independent clauses, or double subject, double verb, or double object. But that's not the only place we use commas. They're useful for lists, for example, and other things. So it's a bigger topic. Isn't it hot in Canada? Here is about 45 degrees. It's too hot today in here. I wonder how you can wear a suit if it's hot. Yeah, it's probably around 40 degrees in my studio room, because outside it's probably 30 plus degrees, sunny and hot. And where I live, Vancouver, it's a very clean city. It's a very nature-friendly city, so we don't have any smog in the sky. Our sky is beautiful and pure blue. No clouds, no pollution. Pollution is very strictly controlled here. So when that sun comes out, it gets you directly. And I have sun coming in right in my windows there. That's why I moved this live stream from 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. The other thing is, I'm in a studio room, and in order to make sure my whiteboard is nice and clear for you guys on the screen without a lot of shadows, I have studio lights in here. I have 6 studio lights in here burning down on me. So it's probably around 45 in here. Now, if I continue doing my live stream in the early evening, late afternoon here, I probably couldn't breathe. It gets brutally hot in here. So thank you for asking, Jonas. Yes, it's pretty hot. And that's why I'm going to be strict with my time and only do this for an hour, because it's pretty unbearable. Let's see, what else have I missed? Okay, I think you're thinking of a different expression. It's a phrasal expression, put up with something, right? I put up with the heat. You know, it's very hot in here, but I put up with it because it's important for me to do this live stream every week. I enjoy it, and I hope you guys find it helpful. So I don't want to disappoint you. I put up with it. What does it mean? It means tolerate. It means to tolerate something, to accept it, even though it's negative, right? Put up with. The expression you're using here, he is putting it up his whole life. That doesn't make sense. So I think you're mistaken. I think you should be saying he's been putting up with something his whole life. He's been putting up with the weather his whole life. He's been putting up with his, I don't know, his crazy friend. He's been putting up with whatever is kind of outside your control, but you have to accept it. Putting up with. And by the way, that also tells us why prepositions are important. And I have a preposition show planned for the near future with my friend and colleague Pedro, teacher Pedro from Brazil. He's going to join me, and we're going to talk about prepositions because it's a very big problem for language learners, but in particular, Spanish and Portuguese speakers, when they're learning English, they really have a hard time, it seems like, with prepositions. So we're going to talk about that in a couple weeks. I just want to say hello to Karim. Karim is joining us from Egypt. Thank you for joining us. Guy is with us. Guy is in Costa Rica. Thank you, Guy. Now, guys, I see a couple other questions here, but I'm about to run out of time. So we have a question here about conditionals. Yeah, a lot of people use conditionals badly. Let's talk about this next week, Naeem, because I need a bit more time and I'm running out of time. It's a fantastic question. And I have a nice graphic we can go through next week about conditionals. Right? And by the way, I can send you a copy of that if you want, if you email me. My email address is hardboiledenglish6@gmail.com. I'll send you a copy of that document and we can review conditionals next week. It just requires a bit of time. And pretty soon I have to get out of here because I'm going to melt. Okay, Pallavi, good, yeah. That's what I want most for this show, is for you guys to bring me sentence examples. Because you may not know if it's good English or bad English, so to speak. You may not know if it's a common expression or not common expression. When you're learning English, you may not know if an expression is rude or polite. So please bring me the English you see. I call this, well, when you bring me examples, I think we can break it down and understand what's happening in the sentence better than if you ask me to explain a rule to you, for example, right? So next week we'll talk about conditionals, and yeah, okay, great. Well, guys, I think I better say goodnight because it's starting to get unbearably hot in here. It's starting to get very uncomfortable. I'm experiencing a lot of discomfort. Okay? So let's end here, guys. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you haven't seen the YouTube channel, go to The Grammar Detective on YouTube, and you can see the recording of this episode and all the other episodes. You can find my podcast with Teacher Phil. You can find my English Weirdness series, right? Podcast, English Weirdness, the long-form grammar series. You can find all the episodes of Hard-Boiled English Live. Boom. Okay? YouTube channel is where everything is centered. And I think it's also the best place to watch this show because it's got the nicest quality image. And yes, guys, here's another thing. Please share this with your friends. I want more people to join us and participate. So please share these videos with your friends on your social media network. Encourage them to watch also, bring their questions. The more questions we have, the more participants we have, the better this is. Okay? So I'm going to say good night, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Hopefully you're comfortable. Hopefully you are staying safe. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for taking time out of your day to participate in this live stream. It means a lot to me that you join. It means a lot to me that you participate and ask questions and share your ideas with each other. This is awesome. This is how you learn a language. Remember, guys, a lot of us are in countries where we don't get to practice our new language. That makes it a big challenge. So the more interaction we have, the more you guys learn. Okay? The more questions you have, the better you'll understand English. The more we analyze examples, the better you'll understand English. So between now and next week's show, listen carefully to what you hear. Notice what you read in English and write it down and bring it to the show. Bring me your grammar questions, okay? Bring me your example of strange sentences. All of that is what I love to do, and all of that I believe will help you guys develop your English skill, okay? So, thank you very much for joining me today. Until the next time I see you, next Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, I want you to stay healthy, take care, keep learning, and as always, guys, stay cool. Thanks for watching tonight's show. If you have an English grammar question, an English mystery, contact me on social media and send me a video of you asking the question. I'll investigate it on a future show. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button to get all the updates about videos and events. If you're feeling generous, you can also donate to the production costs of the show at Patreon or buy me a coffee. Finally, until the next time I see you on Hardboiled English Live, I want you to keep learning English. Stay healthy and stay cool.